Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice, and I just want to do a mic check-in here. All right, seems like audio is okay. How's everybody doing today? Thank you for joining us. We are picking up on day 2 into day 3 of West Virginia versus Natalie Cochran. She is a former pharmacist out of West Virginia that is accused of basically poisoning her husband, Michael, with an overdose of insulin. And we found out over the last couple of days that Michael, he's a bodybuilder, he uses steroids, he's bought drugs, if you will, online from different parts, different countries, if you will. She and Michael were also involved in a Ponzi scheme, and she is currently spending, she was convicted of that and is spending 11 years in a federal prison. Let's do a quick check-in on the chat, see who's with us today. Only Fan, he was first. Good to see you. Dream Landry. Fala, good morning. Good morning. Fala. Holly, hello. Oh, hi y'all and bye y'all. Oh, okay, you've been up night. Oh, I'm so sorry. I hope you feel better. Julie, good to see you. Kelly White, how long will the catch-up be today? I watched yesterday, but would rather watch here with day 3. Hopefully we'll be into day 3 by noon, I'm hoping, because I think we only have, oh my goodness, okay. I think we only have like 2 or 3 hours of day 2, so we should be caught up by noon. I hope that helps you, Kelly. Baka of 3, how are you? Good to see you. Let's see, who else is with Pammy? Good morning to you. Thank you for joining us. Equinox, good to see you. All right. Who else is with us? Equinox. All right. Oh, Hello Kitty. Oh my goodness, Hello Kitty. I like your profile picture. Let me go to it. Hello Kitty. You saw our kitty. Yes. Hello Kitty. Our kitty and your kitty look very similar. Hello Kitty. Oh, and Lily Wayne. Hello, how are you? Oh, love my shirt color. Aw, thank you. Thank you, Lily Wayne. Yeah, I love this color as well. It's old. I haven't worn it in a long time. It is old. Candace Hoff, hello to you. Oh, I have to hit the like button. Remember to hit the like button. I have to do the same. All right. So, we're going to pick up on the afternoon of day 2. We left off with Joshua Kearns, and I'm going to give the chat a bonus because you guys liked what he looked like so much. I'm going to let you watch him walk off the stand because you guys liked him so much. We're gonna see him walk off the stand, and then we're going to get into the next witness. So let's get to it.
Call your next witness, Mr. Truman.
State calls Christopher Davis.
Yeah, believe it or not.
I can tell. I mean, you can't go by without frames dropping at all.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Your Honor. If you'll raise your right hand, you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Have a seat right there.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yep, already dropping frames.
All right, Mr. Truman.
Thank you.
Tell us who you are, please, and what you do.
Chris Davis. I'm the Chief Legal Officer for Access Health, and I'm also an of-counsel partner in the firm of Wooten Davis, Hustle & Johnson.
So by profession, what do you do?
I'm a lawyer by profession, yes.
Okay. Can you tell us your relationship between you and Michael Cochran?
Mike and I became friends around 2011, I believe. Lived in the same proximity. We shared the same interest, coaching. My youngest son was about the same age as his children, was right in between his children, and so we would always see each other, whether it be sporting events and things like that. And so through that, we became, he was one of my best friends because we would coach baseball together, take vacations, really hang out just a lot.
Were you also friends with the defendant?
Yes.
Was that on the same level, or would you describe that differently than your relationship with Michael Cochran?
I mean, it would be a different relationship because Natalie and Jennifer were closer friends, just as Mike and I were closer friends, and I would assume that would be the same. On the other side, Jennifer was closer to Natalie than she was with Mike. We would obviously do things together as a family, but Mike and I would do things separately, whether it be games, etc., and Jennifer and Natalie would do the same.
Prior to February 6th of 2019, do you recall the last time you saw Michael?
I would say the last time I saw him was within days of February 6th. I don't remember the specific last time, but it was within those few days.
How did he seem to you at that time?
He was Mike.
Did he seem sick?
No, he did not seem sick.
Could I have this marked as state 7?
No.
6?
Number 6.
Oh, number 2 in your hearts.
Is this 2 separate?
No, they're just separated from me. They're the one exhibit.
Okay.
We'll glue them together when I'm done. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Davis, on February 5th of 2019, did you and Michael Cochran exchange text messages?
I'm sure we did.
You're sure you did? Why?
Because we would probably text each other about every day.
Ugh. Is that showing up on your screen?
It is. It is now. Thank you.
Take a moment and review that, please.
Okay.
How do you know that that's a text from Michael's phone to your phone?
Well, I recall the conversation, but it also says Michael at the top, and it has the picture that was assigned to his number.
By your phone?
That makes sense. Yeah, by my phone. It was, and I recall the conversation.
We are so close, buddy. What does that mean?
He was very excited that he was finally going to get the money that he'd been waiting on from the federal government, and a lot of things had happened in between for the previous 2 months, maybe even 3 months. They had what had been told was they were going through an audit, and then at that point in time,
Objection. I'm going to object to what the federal government was going to do that calls for hearsay.
That's fine. We just stop right there. Now, this is a text with you and somebody else. Who else is involved in this text change?
It says Natalie Cochran on the text that I'm reading. But there's someone else on there as well. It looks like it says 2 people, and unfortunately I can't see the top of that.
Would a good guess be Jennifer?
It probably would be.
Okay. There's a reference in here. If you could explain that to us. The Smith house? What's that about?
Yes, they,
Your Honor,
I was-
I'm going to object, but this, so far, seems to be the financial case retried. What's the relevance of all of this?
I understand what you're saying, but I'm going to allow the state to proceed. The objection's overruled.
Tell us about the circumstances where this text came to pass.
So what had happened the year before in 2018, I don't know the exact dates of when they purchased or were attempting to purchase homes at Flat Top Lake, but Mike and Natalie were, because I was not a part of that transaction until the gist of what happened in the text, but they were purchasing homes at Flat Top Lake from the Smiths. I'm not sure both homes were from the Smiths. My understanding, they bought a home for themselves and a home for Natalie's parents. And they were purchasing homes at Flat Top Lake because of the issues with their company with not receiving their funds from the government. The government was shut down. There was an audit that was ongoing, is what I believed and was told. But because they weren't getting any money, what was happening?
To any testimony based on hearsay, Your Honor.
All right, well, he said that's what he believed, and I think that's good enough. And perhaps we can stray from what he was told, but he indicated what he believed, and I'm going to allow that. The objection's overruled.
For our purposes today, what was your involvement in the Smith house?
They were going to let the houses go back. It's not necessarily a repossession, but ultimately because the contract wasn't fulfilled and they weren't buying the homes, these pieces of real estate, they were going to let the Smiths take the homes back. And the idea was, what will it take for them just to take the homes back, because she didn't want the houses anymore.
And you helped with that?
Yes, Robert Dunlap represented the Smiths, and there was a resolution document that I believe he prepared. Not really for sure who prepared it, but there was a resolution document that ultimately got resolved. It didn't happen at that point in time. It happened later after Michael passed, but that's what that's referencing.
And you were part of the negotiating of that, or resolving it?
Resolving that, yes.
Okay. Let's go to the 6th of February. Was that the first you were aware that there was a problem with Michael?
There were some other text messages between Natalie and I, and then there was a message from Mike as well that I think occurred earlier in the day.
Your Honor, I'm sorry, but I object to any text messages that are not being presented to us and they're not present in court.
Can I respond to that?
References to...
Sure.
There's no legal requirement the state's aware of that you have to present text messages. He has firsthand knowledge of it. He can testify about it.
I'll allow it. Go ahead.
So this wasn't the first that I knew that, I believe the question was that I knew that something was wrong. Mike was, so this wasn't the first time that morning that I knew that.
So this is an update?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, by 103, you were asked a question. Take a look at that.
Yes.
Had you noticed any odd behavior from him?
I had not. And actually, that's in my response. He hasn't been around. My question was, has he been around anything? Because the earlier messages that she had noted, that Natalie had noted, is that he was sick like last time, because he had been, he was sick in November. He was exposed, or my understanding was he was exposed to black mold while working on a rental home. And so that prompts the question, has he been around anything mold? And then into the supplements.
Did Michael express to you that he was sick because of mold exposure? Did that come from another source?
That initially came from Natalie, because what I was told is they found mold spores in his spinal fluid when they did some type of medical exam in November. And then later, Mike may have said that as well. I don't remember if it come from him directly. More from him was about the story how they were working on the house and 2 contractors were there. They had masks. He did not.
The bottom of this text references Mexican supplements. Tell us what you know about Mexican supplements and Michael Cochran.
Unfortunately, I can't see the bottom of the text. I'm sorry. Okay. So this is the first time I've ever heard of anything about a Mexican supplement was on that day. I'd never heard Mike talk anything about supplements from Mexico or anywhere else.
So the sole source of that information is the defendant.
That's correct. Excuse me.
Take a look at this one from about 115.
I apologize. On my screen, the first thing I see is
Whoa.
118. I'm so sorry.
Or 18. Yes, that's right.
Okay.
And we'll just...
I'm sorry, yes.
Did Michael advise you of what kind of supplements he was taking?
No, Mike, when Mike would talk about his supplements with me, it was always his GNC, what he would take for his workout supplements. I mean, he never went into any detail about the specificity of the supplements. Probably the most specificity we got into it was he would talk about how Natalie prepared the supplements that he was taking and would then, in essence, manage those according to him.
There's also a reference to seizure medications. What's that about?
My understanding is from November, because of the exposure to black mold while he was at CAMC, there was a determination that he was now having seizures. And so he was prescribed seizure medication, and that's the reference.
November to February, do you know, did he talk to you about taking his seizure medication?
He talked to me about his, yes. He talked about the seizure medicine to the extent he was working on his pilot's license, and that was something he really wanted to get. It was also something that he wanted to do in the future. And we talk about the seizure medicine, how he said, well, I'm not going to be able to fly. I'm not going to be able to do this. We would actually have a lot of dialogue about that because I'd encourage him. Obviously, I'm a pilot, and that was something that we were going to do together, and he'd enjoy. And I would remind him and tell him, no, you'll still be able to fly. You may have a medical restriction or something like that, but you'd be able to fly. So we did discuss these seizure meds.
The last message I want you to review is this.
Yes.
There's a couple things that came to your attention in this, one of which is the defendant reported to you that about his condition at the time.
That's correct.
And then she informs you that he wet himself.
Prosecutor is leading.
That's fine.
All right, perhaps you could rephrase.
Not that, Your Honor, we're good with that. Mr. Davis, did there come a time on February the 6th of 19 when you went to the Cochran house?
Yes.
How did that come to pass?
I was at my son's basketball game at Beckley Stratton and got a text from Natalie saying, asking me could I come by the house after the game. Through that dialogue, I'm not sure if I asked the question first or it was volunteer first, but there was another family friend that was at the home at that time, Thomas Treadway, and she indicated Thomas thinks he's getting worse. Could you come by? Because we had been, my wife and I, we'd been texting through the day, like checking on how's he doing, what's going on. We're told vitals are good, people are here, he's fine, all these different things. And then I got that text, I don't remember the exact time, but I'm going to say probably around 6:30-ish or something like that, and asked me to come to the house after the game.
What did you do in response to that request?
Well, I said I could come immediately, and I ultimately went to the home.
When you arrived, what did you see?
So when I pulled in the driveway, there were multiple cars in there. Walk into the home, go into the house. It's fairly quiet. My impressions from that is because Mike's laying on the couch, sleeping, but he's laying there and he's snoring. And so when I get there, of course, Natalie's there, Thomas Treadway's there, her sister Penny Carrico Lowry's there. Penny's husband is there as well. It seems like to me that maybe someone else, I thought that maybe their daughter Nikki was there. I just can't remember. But we're in the living room, they have a big, large living room. We walk in and they're just, people are standing there, and he's on the couch.
What did you think should take place at that point?
Well, my first question was, my text message says he's getting worse, and I want to know what does that mean? What's he worse? So I asked. It was kind of, everybody was whispering because he's laying there, and it's like, hey, what's going on? And how's he worse? Well, he's just not responding. Okay. And so I go over to him.
Take a moment. You're okay.
Difficult now because I know the outcome.
When you went to him, what did you do?
So I go over to him, and I'm like, hey man, you need to wake up. Kind of shove him, wiggle him a little bit. We were told, Natalie had told us, because that's who it specifically came from, that he had fallen and hit his head earlier. So I'm actually looking for, like, do I see anything? And we've been told about this seizure that he supposedly had, and I don't know what happens when you have a seizure, the outcome, or so I'm just looking. So I'm trying to kind of nudge him, wake him up, shake him. Hey man, you need to get up. You need to get up. Hey buddy, you got to talk to me. And he's just laying there, and it's he's non-responsive. He's just laying there. So at that point in time, I was just kind of looking at his face. I was worried about his head, and I asked, I was like, does he have a knot on his head? Is there anything on his head? Because he's laying on his back, so he's laying on his head, So I asked, is there a knot? Is there anything back there on his head? And I believe the responses were no. I'm looking like in his nose and like his ear to see if I maybe see blood or anything. Mike didn't like anybody to touch his face, and not that I'd have any time to touch his face, but I knew he didn't like people touching his face. And my understanding was that when he was younger, there was a fire and whatever the case. But so I tell him, and I'm like, hey man, I'm going to touch your head. If don't hit me, because his arm. I'm like, don't hit me, and it was almost like not. I think we may have, almost like kind of smiled and laughed, like, hey, because it's Mike. And I'm like, hey buddy, don't hit me. I'm gonna touch your head. And so I reached down and I looked in his eyes. I'm not really for sure what I was even looking for. To be honest, I was really looking for like maybe trauma, blood, or something. And his eyes, they were fine. They weren't rolled back or anything like that. But anyway, and so after that, Thomas is standing there too, and Thomas does a sternum rub on him, where he took his knuckle, rubbed his sternum, and I just remember saying, man, hey buddy, I'm gonna take you to the hospital. I'm gonna take you to the hospital. So you gotta help me here. Are you okay? What's going on? Are y'all, And so no response. At that point in time, I went down to his feet. My father had a massive stroke years ago, and I just remember the doctors told us then.
Judge, the witness is rambling about statements by doctors, about the fathers. I object to that.
I'm going to overrule the objection. You can continue, Mr. Day.
Thank you, Your Honor. So ultimately, I go to his feet and like rub the bottom of his feet, because my understanding, if you were to do that, how the feet responds, the toes respond, can indicate something, a brain injury or a head or something like that. And I remember that because of what my dad went through. So I did that on both of his feet, and it was clear that something was wrong. And I was like, he's got to go to the hospital, and he's got to go now.
Did you enforce that command?
He was going to the hospital, and so I don't want to say I enforced that on anyone, but I remember a question is, you really think he should go? Yes, he needs to go, and he's going to go now, and I'm going to take him, and that's exactly what I did.
Had you ever taken him to the hospital before?
I had. The November incidents that we're referring to, the exposure to black mold, he went to the hospital. It was close, like maybe like a Wednesday, Friday. I can't remember, real close in time. And those two times he was sick. He, again, wasn't feeling well and throwing up. And it was to his house, went to his house, and he you could tell obviously he wasn't feeling good. He was struggling, and he said he wanted to go. He said, take me, he said, I want to go to the hospital. Take me to the hospital.
And that was in November of 18?
Yes.
Was there another time you took him to?
Those were close. They were twice in the same incident. He went to CAMC at first, and then came home for a few days, and then was still sick, not feeling well, and then went back to CAMC.
Could I have just a moment, please? Could I have a moment? February the 6th of 2019. Had you been at the Cochran house?
Yes. On my way to work, my wife had me drop off a flu care package is what I thought it was, because we were told that Natalie was sick and not feeling well, and I don't remember the time, but I went. I wasn't in the Cochran home. I went to their house. At the front of their house, they had these doors that were almost kind of they were glass doors. They looked like they both opened. I don't know if they both opened or not. I think one of them maybe opened. And so I opened the door, put the bag there, and left. I didn't see anybody, or wasn't in the home until later.
So the first time you were at the Cochran house, you stayed outside. The second time was when you went inside, and that ended up with a trip to the hospital.
That's correct.
Did you look in the bag that you dropped off?
I did not.
Where'd you get the bag?
My wife.
That's all the questions the state has. Thank you.
Cross-examination, Mr. Victor.
Mr. Davis, you testified on direct that on February 5th of 2019, Michael was a normal Michael, right? No problems, no nothing.
I don't remember any problems he was having on the 5th.
Do you remember Michael on October 30th of 2018?
Not specifically to that day.
Okay. Would there be something that would alert you to Michael being ill, or Michael being sick, or not himself, or anything like that?
I don't remember that specific day. Are you referencing, is that when he went to the hospital in what I believe to be the 1st of November?
The day before he went to the hospital in October of 2018.
No, I don't recall the day before without any type of something to refresh that.
Nothing, however, would indicate that he was so sick that he would have to go to the hospital on October 30th, right?
Not that I recall.
And yet on October 31st, he was in a hospital with some pretty serious conditions, wasn't he?
I don't recall the specific date you're giving, so that's why I can't answer your question. But if this is in reference to when he was hospitalized at CAMC,
Okay.
then you would be correct. He was hospitalized for several days for the black mold and the seizure.
Hold on, Mr. Davis. He went to the hospital on October 31st, and you don't recall anything as far as October 30th, whether he was in sad shape, whether he was in good shape, or anything of the nature.
I don't. I just
Okay.
remember
You
the day
don't.
he was sick. He was
The answer
sick and
is you
throwing
don't.
up.
Is that right? Yes or no?
Repeat the question, please.
The question is, you don't recall whether he was good, bad, indifferent, or whether he felt bad, or anything of that kind. Yes or no?
The day before he went to the
Right.
hospital?
That's right.
I don't recall the day before he went to the hospital.
But then he went back to the hospital on November the 2nd. Do you remember how he behaved on November 1st?
Yes, he was. He wasn't feeling well. He was sick. the days between when he went to CAMC the first time
He was sick that day?
and he came home, and he was home and sick for the next 2 days, whatever that day is in those, and then
And that's why he
went
went
back
to the hospital?
hospital the second time, correct?
Okay. And you said that on, I guess, February 5th, he did not appear to be in any distress or anything of that kind.
I think what I said is I don't recall
Okay.
he was in distress on the 5th. I don't remember the 5th unless there's a specific event or place or time. I don't remember the 5th.
Do you remember talking to Lieutenant Bledsoe, who interviewed you in this case, on or about, March 22nd, 2019?
I do.
Is it true that you told Lieutenant Bledsoe that in February of 2019 you observed Michael Cochran to mentally struggle while he was assisting you in installing a ceiling fan? Remember that?
I don't remember the statement specifically, but I do remember the event. We were putting a ceiling fan up in my house, and he would do the wiring.
I asked you, Mr. Davis, please listen. I asked you whether do you remember that conversation with Lieutenant Bledsoe?
I don't remember the specific conversation with Lieutenant Bledsoe.
Do you remember? Well, all right. Is it true that in February of 2019, Michael Cochran was struggling mentally and was not feeling good?
He was stressed, waiting on his money.
I didn't ask you that.
And
I asked
so
you whether
I don't.
yes or no, sir. Did he act mentally? Did he struggle mentally? Tell me yes or no.
I believe that, again, he was definitely struggling because of his stress.
I didn't
and
ask
what
you
was
why,
going on.
sir.
So I do believe he was
Your
struggling
Honor,
mentally.
Your Honor, I'm sorry. Please instruct the witness to answer my question.
I think he did answer it towards the last. So let's move on.
Did he appear sick to you?
No, he didn't appear sick.
Okay. You observed him as having outbursts of stress and anger that wasn't like him. True? That's what you
Yeah.
told the officer, isn't it?
I don't recall what I told the officer and what you're reading from, but if I told the officer that, that would probably be true. And because, again, he was very stressed.
Okay. Did you have any knowledge of Michael Cochran taking any type of supplements or any type of steroids or anabolics to further his bodybuilding physique?
Mike took supplements. He did not, to my knowledge, take steroids or anabolics
Okay.
for that purpose.
Okay.
It was generally workout supplements is what he referred to.
He took supplements. And did Michael have a seizure either in October of 2018 or November 2018?
I don't recall. I don't think so. I was
Okay.
never told that.
But on November the 2nd of 2006, he went to the hospital with the conditions eerily similar, if not identical, to the conditions that you saw him in on February the 6th. Would that be a case, sir?
I didn't know Mike in 2006. I don't know of
I
any
mean, on
incident.
2006. I'm sorry, sir. In 2018, on November the 2nd, he went to the hospital with the same or extremely similar conditions that you found him in February of 2019.
No, he did not.
No, he did not.
Because in February of 2019, he was unresponsive. In November of 2018, he was talking to me, vomiting, and participating in wanting to go to the hospital. So they were two different.
So if there was testimony that he was sleeping in the hospital, perhaps under some type of anesthesia or some type of medication, that would not be true? Or would that be true?
I don't think I understand your question. When is he sleeping in the hospital that
In
you're referring to?
November of 2018, when he is in the hospital, between November the 2nd and the November the 6th, there was a time when he was asleep in the hospital. Do you remember that time? You were there with him, I presume.
I'm sure he was asleep when he was in the hospital. I don't remember any particular time that you're referencing. When he went to the hospital, they treated him, and was he in the hospital and treated at some time and sleeping in the hospital? I think that's probably true.
Now, was he sleeping in some form of induced coma, or was he in some type of under some type of medication? Do you know?
I have no idea.
Okay.
I know that he goes to the hospital, they admit him, and they're treating him, and he is in the hospital.
And then they tell you, because you told the police officer, that Michael, well, let's start with that. Michael is combative, right? Michael doesn't want to be in the hospital.
Yeah, he doesn't want to be in the hospital. What, are we referencing November?
Did he want to be in a hospital in November of 2018?
He asked me to take him to the hospital. While he was in the hospital, did he want to leave the hospital? Yes.
Did he claim that he would never go back to a hospital to you?
Over the 10 years I knew him, he probably claimed several times he didn't want to go back to the hospital.
Now, you learned that Michael may have had a mass on his brain, didn't you?
That's correct. That's what we were told while we were waiting in the hospital in November.
Okay. And then the diagnosis was somewhat changed to the swelling of the brain, correct?
That's probably correct. I don't remember that specifically. We didn't have interaction with the doctors. We're being told these things. So I just don't remember that specifically.
But you learned that Michael had a whole series of extremely serious medical conditions as he was discharged from the hospital.
No, my understanding is that he had seizures. He was exposed to black mold, and through that they determined he has seizures, and he was placed on medicine. That's the only medical conditions that we were ever told.
All right, let me ask you this. You learned that he had encephalopathy, right? Brain swelling. Did you or did you not?
I don't recall that diagnosis,
You don't recall.
but I would
Okay.
defer to
Do
those
you-
medical
do you-
records.
If you don't
and if they
recall,
say it, then I believe
Mr.
it
Davis,
exists.
Your Honor, Mr. Davis, I asked you a simple question. Do you recall being told that Michael had encephalopathy? Do you or don't you?
I was never told his diagnosis.
Okay. No, any diagnosis?
Other than he had seizures and it was exposed to
Okay.
black mold.
Okay. Were you told that he had seizure-like activities? Were you or not?
I was told he had seizures.
Okay.
I wasn't told in your
Yes
word.
or no,
he had-
sir?
I'm answering your question. You
Yes
said that
or no?
he has seizure-like
Yes or no, Mr.
activities.
Davis?
And I've
Your
never
Honor,
was told he had
please
seizure-like
instruct the
activities.
witness to answer my question.
Mr. Victor, pose the question, please.
Did you learn that he had seizure-like activity prior to going to the hospital, Mr. Davis? Yes or no?
Going to the hospital in November?
Yes.
No.
No. All right. Did you learn that he had conditions such as urinary retention, chronic sinusitis, confusion, brain swelling? Did you learn about these conditions?
No.
No. Okay. So if you told Lieutenant Bledsoe otherwise, that would not be true, right?
Again, I would defer to the medical records. If those medical records said that, and at some point in time I recalled that through the medical record and repeated that, then it would be accurate. I'm saying today I don't recall hearing those specific diagnoses.
Did you know that Mr. Cochran was prescribed medication for encephalopathy by Dr. Ward? Did you know that or not?
Is that seizure medicine?
Did you know that he was prescribed the medication for brain swelling by Dr. Ward? Did you or not?
I don't know if I know. He was prescribed seizure medicine. I don't know if that's what that is, Mr. Vicker. If it is, then yes, I knew it. If it's not seizure medicine, then no, I did not know.
Okay. Did you know whether he religiously took that medication as prescribed by the doctor? Did you? Or did you not?
We were told by Natalie that he stopped taking
No,
the
I'm
medicine.
not asking you about Natalie. Did you know from Mr. Cochran or from anybody else but Natalie that he was taking that medication as ordered by the doctor?
Yes, he indicated to me he was taking his seizure medication in December.
Okay. How about January?
He never specifically told me he was taking it or he was not taking it, and that our conversations were more about flying as it related to the seizure medicine.
Prior to February the 6th, you were advised that Natalie Cochran had a flu and she was sick. Yes or no?
On February, yes, prior to February 6th, she was sick
All right.
with flu-like symptoms.
Flu-like symptoms. And you were also advised that Mr. Cochran was sick that day. Yes or no?
On February 6th?
Right.
Yes.
Okay. As you sit here today, you do not know what caused Mr. Cochran's condition on February the 6th. You have no personal knowledge of that.
I have no personal knowledge.
Now, did you know that he was taking a whole slew of medications, other such as, for example, Keppra? Do you know what Keppra is?
I have no clue, and I knew no medicine that he was taking other than when he would reference seizure medicine. Outside of that, I didn't know of any other medicine he was
Okay.
taking.
Did you know that he was diagnosed with an acute respiratory failure, sir, when he was in the hospital?
I think we were told by Natalie he had that.
How about convulsive status epilepticus, epilepsy, perhaps? Did you know that?
I don't recall ever hearing that from anyone.
So if those were the diagnoses from the hospital in February of 2019, you wouldn't have any reason to debate the knowledge of the medical experts.
You're correct. I don't know what the diagnosis was.
Okay. Now, and I'm very sorry to hear that, but your son, I understand, was afflicted with diabetes 1, right?
That's correct.
Is he an adult now, sir? I mean,
He thinks he is.
Okay.
He's 19, and yes, he's as much of an adult, I guess, he can be.
Okay. And you had in your possession always some form of medication, such as insulin, that would...
No,
No?
we don't always have that in our possession. No, he wears an insulin pump.
Right.
And it houses the insulin.
Okay.
But yes, do we always have insulin, say for instance, at our home? Yes.
Okay.
If we traveled a long distance, we would have it with us. That's correct. He's in college, so he has it with him.
All right.
So, yes.
Okay, sure. Were you ever tasked, sir, with injecting your son with the Humalog insulin so as to maintain his life and his
Yes.
regular condition?
Yes.
How much of that Humalog would you inject, sir?
It was situation specific. So what would happen is you would only inject the insulin necessary to combat the carbs to which he was ingesting.
Right.
So you may inject 1 unit. My wife was much better at this, but if he ate 20 carbs, the ratio may be 1 to 20. So it depends on what he ate, how much you inject.
And we're talking about a little vial or less than a vial.
For a 1 injection.
Right.
Oh, it could be, if he, like I said, if he ate crackers, you may only give him 3 units. And 3 units would be, I'm holding my hand up because I'm envisioning the needle.
Right.
3 units would be small.
How about did he ever need more than 3 units?
Oh, absolutely.
And
Again, that's
how much-
situational specific.
Well, all right. Situation. What was the largest amount of Humalog that you ever injected, you or your wife ever injected into your son's body? Well, show us. This much, that much.
I couldn't answer that because
10 units, 12 units.
I think those are possible. You got to remember when you're injecting him with insulin and he was dependent upon using needles, he would get anywhere from 5 to 6 to 10 injections a day.
Right.
So if you take that and multiply that by a year and a half or 2 years or whatever it is, I couldn't tell you the max we ever gave him. Nor can I tell you the minimum we ever gave him.
Tell me what a unit is, just for.
It is.
Is it in milligrams? Is it in nanograms? Is it in decagrams? What is it?
I have no clue.
Okay.
It's a little line on a needle.
Okay.
So I have no clue how it's rated.
And how did that Humalog react after about 15 minutes? After about 20 minutes?
It would. I don't know the reaction time.
Uh-huh.
I know that what we tried to do was to determine what insulin he was going to need and try to give him a shot 15 to 20 minutes before he would eat.
Right.
Because it was the fast acting insulin.
Mm-hmm.
And so, I really don't know the specifics of how it metabolizes or what it does. I can tell you that in our son now, even with the pump, that he can eat 100 carbs, his 2 Big Macs, and his blood sugar will go up, and as it's reacting to the insulin, it'll then level itself out, come down. It could be hours.
He never dropped on the floor or dropped unconscious after you injected him with a Humalog, did he?
Oh, praise the Lord, no, he did not, because it was administered to him correctly.
Right. I note, like with the other gentleman who testified here earlier, that you were in phenomenal physical shape.
Flattery
must
gets
be-
you nowhere, Mr. Victor.
You must be working out, Mr. Davis.
I don't work out, but I appreciate the compliment.
Have you ever worked out with Michael Cochran?
No,
No?
no.
You've never participated in any, sports events that would require pumping iron or...
No, we never pumped iron together.
Okay. But you know that Michael Cochran was a bodybuilder. Did you know that?
He was in great physical shape and took care of his body. I didn't know him to ever participate in bodybuilding.
Okay.
So to say he's a bodybuilder, but Mike was in great shape.
But he participated in the Toughman contest?
Yes, he did. And won.
And winning.
Yes.
He also participated in what is it, truck pulling competitions or something like that, where great physical strength was required.
Oh yeah, he would participate in those things. I don't remember him ever doing a truck pull, but I know he would participate in those type of I think of like a Spartan event, like Spartan events.
What year would he participate in those? Like 2018, 2019, 2017?
I don't remember the years.
Would it be at the time when his heart was about to burst because he had a mass on his heart, or mass on his, when his brain was about to burst because he had a mass on his brain, or he had brain swollen?
I don't remember what year he participated in those events. If he had that medical condition at some time in the past, I'm unaware of that.
Did he ever tell you that he had any heart condition?
No, he did not.
Did you ever know about his heart condition?
Not that I recall.
Have you ever seen him in a seizure type of a situation?
I've never seen him in a seizure.
Okay. Okay. When you went to Ms. Cochran's house on November the 6th, sir, who was there? Who was present?
Thomas Treadway.
Wait, excuse me just a minute. Is this November the 6th? That's
Oh, I'm sorry.
Did I say November?
I thought he said. I thought you meant February. I apologize.
Strike that. Apologize to the jury. February the 6th.
Sure.
Who was present in the Cochran's home, sir?
I remember Thomas Treadway, Natalie, Mike, Penny, and then Penny's husband, Mario.
Several people, right? So,
Yes, and now I think Mario may have been outside when I first got there.
Sure.
But at one point in time, he's in the home in the living room. So those are the people there, and it seems like there was someone else, but
how about the children?
I thought, but I may not. I don't remember. I don't specifically remember seeing Ashton or Nikki directly, but it seemed like I thought I may have saw Nikki, but I don't remember.
Natalie wasn't there alone with Mr. Cochran.
No, those people were there with
several
her.
people. So it didn't look to you like somebody was trying to hide the medical condition of Mr. Cochran or conceal it from other people.
At that point in time, I didn't think anything different other than he was not feeling well and doing worse and was there.
All right. Did you see any syringes when you were there?
I don't recall seeing any syringes.
Did you see any vials of insulin when you were there?
I don't recall seeing insulin.
Okay. Was there a time when you and Mr. Hamilton or Ms. Hamilton have to hold Michael down when he started moving
On February the
February
6th?
the 6th?
No.
Was he ever...
He was unresponsive the
was
whole time I
unresponsive.
saw him on February the 6th.
Okay. And in November, you had to do that. November, when he was in the hospital in November, you had to do that, right?
There was a time in the November events that, yes, when he was in the hospital, he was in the bed, and it wasn't just me and Mr. Hamilton. I think Jonathan Bowen was there. Jason Bowen was there at that time. He was one of their contractors. And he was in the bed, and I remember we were, in essence, holding him down to try to say, look, you have to stay in the bed.
Right. Did you, I presume you, in that friendship that lasted, some nine years or so, you had more than enough opportunities to eat meals with Ms. Cochran, Mr. Cochran, have dinners, lunches, and whatnot. Was he ever, did you ever observe for him to use any medication with his meals? Supplements? Steroids? Anything of that kind?
Well, I can answer the last part of your question. Okay. I never saw him use a steroid or anything like that. Did he ever take supplements while we had meals over the last 9 years? I'm sure that after a meal or during a meal, I probably saw Mike take medicine, whatever that would be for a headache or whatever. We had a lot of meals together. And so I just don't recall, but it's possible that I did see him take something after a meal.
Did you ever notice that Mr. Cochran had his own place where he kept his own medication in the Cochran's home?
No, I don't recall ever seeing where he kept his medication.
Did you ever have Natalie Cochran keep the insulin for your son at her home?
No, there'd be no reason for her to keep my son's insulin.
I understand that she was allowed to pick up her insulin for your son because your wife, and I presume you, trusted her so much with the insulin that she could give to your son.
Well, she never gave, to my knowledge, insulin to my son. Mm-hmm. Whether or not she could pick up the medicine, that my wife would know that more than I would know that. I don't know. I mean, if there's an authorization that says she's allowed to pick it up, then that'd be true.
Okay.
But
so
she never gave, I don't recall any time where Natalie ever gave Gavin insulin.
What was the, and again, I'm not going to say absolutely anything negative about your son or anything like that. I'm just going to ask you whether your son and your family had a plan for treatment of the diabetes if you and your wife were not capable or not able to give him the medication that he needed.
Well, the plan was that one of us would always do that. Right. So there was no plan outside of my wife and I.
So there was never any indication that Natalie Cochran would be allowed to do anything with the insulin and your son?
I don't think I quite understand your question.
I mean, if you and your wife could not give your son the medicine, insulin, that
Correct.
he obviously would need, was Natalie Cochran ever entitled or ever given the right by you to treat him with insulin?
No, I never asked her to treat him with insulin.
Okay. All right. That bag that you left at the door of Mr. and Mrs. Cochran, that you didn't look inside, do you know if she ever found that bag, or whether she ever looked inside, or whether she ever used the contents of it?
Is she, are we referring to Natalie?
Well, Ms. Cochran.
Okay.
Do you know?
I know
First
the bag,
hand. First hand.
the bag was not there where I left it earlier in the day when I returned. What happened to the bag, I have no idea.
Okay. All right. If I may have a second.
Yes, ma'am.
That's all the questions I have, Your Honor. Thank you.
Very well. Redirect Mr. Truman.
Defense counsel asked you if, or implied that because there were so many people, that there was no attempt to hide Michael Cochran's condition. You recall that question?
I do.
Not only did she not try to hide it, she sent this picture to a whole bunch of people, including Jennifer Davis, correct?
Correct.
You know, the state moves to state 6, which I cleverly forgot to do.
Any objection?
I'm sorry.
It's number 6. Say it's number 6.
No, Your Honor.
It is admitted.
It's all the questions the state has, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything further, Mr. Bixby?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
May this witness be excused?
So far as the state's concerned, yes, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Davis. You may step down. You are excused. Would counsel and the defendant come up, please? Mid-afternoon break at this
Your Honor,
time.
I'm sorry. We need to remove this picture.
He's getting it right now. We'll take our mid-afternoon break right now. Please do not discuss the case among yourselves or with anyone else. We'll break for 10 minutes. If you will go with the bailiff to your jury room, please.
Okay, so we're going to recap what just happened there with Michael's good friend Chris Davis, who is his friend and lawyer. He saw him a few days before, and he didn't appear sick. Then they discussed some text messages. Michael was excited about receiving money back from the government. They talked about the Smith houses and how Chris helped. The Smiths wanted to let the Smiths take the houses back, and Chris was going to help him because he was also a lawyer. There was a text message that they showed that he was wandering around Lowe's and he felt high and dizzy. There was I can't remember when that was, what day that was. I forget what day that was. Natalie initially said it was mold. I guess this was back in November. That's when he went to the hospital. They found mold spores in his spinal fluid in November. Chris says that he heard about these Mexican supplements. He heard about that from Natalie, not from Michael. So it seems like Natalie had this whole narrative going. Michael never really said anything that the defense is saying. It's all was coming from Natalie. Mike would only talk about his GNC supplements. Natalie would prepare and manage the supplements. So that's really interesting, right? Was she, a couple of you in the chat are saying, was she slowly poisoning him? Is this like a Munchausen by proxy situation? Mike was working towards his pilot's license, so he was concerned about these seizures, and we find out that Chris is also a pilot. He then received a text message on February 6th to come over after his son's basketball game. But he and his wife, who was Jennifer, we heard from Jennifer. She was the second witness. That he and his wife, meaning Chris and his wife, were checking in throughout the day because they had heard about what had happened to Michael. So around 6:30ish or so, he got a text to come over. So he did, and he said there were multiple cars in the driveway, and the house was fairly quiet. So when he came in, he said Natalie was there, Tom, Natalie's sister, I guess, maybe that's her husband, Tom, some woman named like Penny's husband, and maybe a daughter, Nikki. Not sure who any of those players are yet. I guess, yeah, we haven't heard from any of them yet. But he said Mike was on the couch, he was sleeping, and he was snoring. He said people were just standing there, they were whispering, and Mike's on the couch. He went over to Mike. Mike wasn't responding, so yeah, he goes over to him and he talked to him. He kind of wiggled him around a little bit. Natalie had told them that he had fallen and hit his head, so he was looking for anything. He was looking in his ears, his nose. He was trying to nudge Mike, trying to wake him up, but he was not responsive. He said, because he said he heard him. Natalie said he fell, so he was looking for a knot on his head. And he said Mike doesn't like people touching his face, so he goes up to Mike, says, "Hey, I'm going to touch your head, so you don't hit me." Still no response. He said he looked into his eyes and they were fine. He said Thomas goes and he did a sternum rub. He said, "Hey buddy, we're going to take you to the hospital." Still no response. Chris rubs the bottom of Mike's feet, because he was just saying about his dad who had a stroke, and he says if you rub the bottom of the feet, the toes will respond. And he said there was no response. So he said he determined at that time it was time to get Mike to the hospital. Then he talked about this mold issue in November, and he said Mike was okay going to the hospital, that he was throwing up and he was sick and nauseous, and he was okay going to the hospital. Then he talked about the flu care package that Jennifer, who is Chris's wife, had dropped off earlier because Natalie was sick and not feeling well. He did not look into the bag. So Jennifer prepared this, and in that care package was the insulin, and then Chris was the one that dropped it off. And that was earlier in the morning. Then Mr. Victor got up to do cross. He asked, did you see anything in October that would indicate he needed to go to the hospital? Mike said no. They talked about this hanging of the ceiling fan. He asked, was Mike struggling mentally in February of 2019? He said he took a long time to answer, and he ultimately said yes because of the stress, but Mr. Victor didn't like that. He kept saying just answer the question, yes or no, yes or no. Chris says he didn't appear sick in February. He thinks it was the stress and anger. Oh no, they talked about, well, he did think it was stress that, he was having, a hard time, or he was struggling mentally because he thought he was under a lot of stress. He says those outbursts of stress and anger were not like Mike. He was told that he does take workout supplements, but he never knew that Mike took steroids. So that's a new one on us. And this is like one of his best friends. He asked, did Michael have a seizure in October or November of 2018? He said he didn't recall. And then Mr. Victor says in 2006, he went to the hospital with the conditions that were similar. And Chris is like, I didn't know him in 2006. And he said, my bad. In 2018, November 2nd, he went to the hospital for similar conditions. But Chris is like, that's not the same. He was talking and vomiting, and he wanted to go to the hospital. So again, he wanted to go to the hospital. Did you know from Michael if he had stopped his seizure meds? He told me he was taking it. So Natalie says in one of those text messages, he stopped taking his meds. I don't know what to do. He stopped taking his meds. Then they start talking about his son's insulin and his injections. He says he never dropped on the floor because it was administered correctly. I thought that was a good moment. He says, I don't work out. Flattery will get you nowhere, Mr. Victor. He says he didn't know he participated in these events. I think Mr. Victor was trying to say he was doing these bodybuilding events. If you couldn't provide the insulin shot, did you ever ask Natalie? And he said no. So, all right, so that catches us up. Do you guys, Shirley Roth, I hope my cats can call 911 if I pass out. Or they're just going to nibble on your toes. Let's see, do you guys have any... Lee K says, I wouldn't care what my family said. I'm calling the ambulance if you pass out. Specifically if she said, hit his head. She isn't that stupid. Yeah, I don't know. So you're talking about, Brat says, your wife picks up your scripts. Kelly White says, fiance picks up mine. They never question. Mandy Strong says, it's very common to pick up prescriptions for people. Yep. Little Miss says, my neighbor and friend have picked up mine when I was ill. My son was at work. Julie D says, the pharmacy assumes if you send someone to get your RX, you know them, right? Because how else would you know to go pick up prescriptions, right? Pammy says, if that were true, we'd have already seen bodybuilding photos galore. That is true. Follow. A friend has a service dog that will do a type of chest compressions if he stops breathing after a seizure. Are you being silly or is that true? How can a dog do chest compressions? Kelly White, if you are unconscious for hours and hours and refusing to get the medical attention, that's a crime. One would think. So Fala, is that true or are you pulling our leg? Because if that's true, that's really cool. True story? Serious? A dog? Can you see a little dog with his little paws? I guess, yeah. That's pretty cool. Momo Shark says most pharmacies keep a log of signatures that are picked up. We had Aaron's grandmother stay with us until she passed, and I would pick up her prescriptions all the time. I don't think I even had to show ID. I think I just said, hey, I'm here to pick up prescriptions for such and such.
Well, they knew us after a while, too.
Right. Sure. I mean, if you go there and you're there often, but that very first time. Father says, true story. I've seen it. Larger dogs, and it will jump with both front paws onto his chest. That's really cool. Kelly White, service dogs for seizures are amazing. Little Miss Demon Puppy has pounced on my chest plenty of times. But you didn't need resuscitation, I hope. Lily Wayne, true. The dog alerts that a problem is coming on so a person or alarm can call for help. That's pretty cool. Mandy, if it's a controlled substance, you have to provide pharmacy with your ID to pick it up. Yeah, I can't remember if I had to show my ID. Whatever, if I did or not. But I was able to pick up her prescriptions all the time without any problems. Mezamudle, in Australia, we can pick up prescriptions for anyone. All right, so let's continue on. This is the last witness for day 2, and then we were going to go right into day 3. So we're actually ahead of time. I thought it would be like noon, but we're actually a little bit ahead of time. So, damn it. Hold on, guys.
You know they do the music.
All rise.
You may be seated.
Are there any matters that we need to take up at this time out of the presence of the jury?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor. Thank you.
Nothing from the defense, Your Honor.
Very well. Bring in the jury there.
Tomorrow.
Okay.
I print them out each day.
Oh, good. Okay.
That way you don't have my sloppy handwriting. We'll do it. Yeah, because I don't think you could read that.
Very well, we continue with the state's case. Please call the next witness, Mr. Truman.
Your Honor, the state calls Glenda Eply.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may have a seat right there, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Truman.
Clint, can you scoot as close as
Scoot up.
Or bend that microphone down.
Okay. Will that work?
that will?
Maybe a little more. Bend it down a little more, please.
Okay.
Okay, now, Mr. Truman.
Thank you, Your Honor. You are Glenda Epperly.
Yes, sir.
Are you currently employed?
No, I'm retired now.
From what profession are you retired?
I was a registered nurse for a number of years.
Could you tell us your background, your education in nursing?
Yes, sir. I graduated from Bluefield State College in 1983, started working in the fall of '83 at Raleigh General Hospital, and stayed there until 2008. Then in 2008, I went to Princeton Community. I stayed employed there until 2016 and retired the first time. And then worked another 5 years until 2023 at Princeton Community as needed personnel.
And at some point, did you go to work at Hospice?
Yes, in 2008, the hospice opened around that time, I think a year before maybe, and I started working as an as-needed person, a staff member there then. And I stayed there until 2013, I think, 13 or 16.
19, maybe?
What is it, 19? Yeah, okay, I'm sorry.
Tell us a little bit about just a brief overview of hospice philosophy. What do you do at hospice?
Hospice is set up to provide holistic care for a patient, meaning not only do we look at the physical care of the patient, but we look at the mental care, the social care, and the spiritual care of the patient and his family or her family. So it is, it's a palliative care, which means we're not trying to cure anything or heal anybody. We're trying to make you comfortable and live a good life until it's the end of life.
Your Honor, I'd like this marked as State 7, please, for identification.
Very well.
Number 7.
They're separately, a hospice is a medical facility, is it not?
Yes, it's a medical facility, but it also has a home side component, meaning we have staff that service the patients in their own home. And at Bowers House, we have a 12-patient inpatient facility.
Do you keep records of what transpires, like normal
Yes.
medical records?
Yes, they're electronic medical records.
They're what?
Electronic medical records.
Okay. Should I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Hand you what's been marked for identification as States number 7, if you could review that, please.
Okay. Okay.
In general, the documents you're looking at are, what do they consist of?
These would be nursing notes that were put into the electronic system.
How do they get into the system?
The time that the nurse goes into the room is documented, and when they come out, it's documented. And then their nursing note has a time on it. It hopefully is the time that they were in the room, but sometimes you can have late entries if you're particularly busy or whatever. But they're all stamped, time stamped.
Is that a requirement of the job that you keep nursing notes?
Yes.
Do you recall being on duty February the 10th, 2019?
Yes, sir.
What's a normal hospice nurse shift?
Well, we have 2 shifts. They're 12-hour shifts from 7A to 7P and 7P to 7A.
And on the 10th of February 2019, which shift were you working?
I was working the evening shift, 7P to 7A.
Do you recall receiving a patient at Bowers House on that night?
I was assigned a patient, yes.
Michael Cochran?
Yes. He had arrived while we were in report. From about 7 to 8 o'clock, there's a shift, during the shift change, the day shift will report off to the night shift. And so we were in report. Another nurse actually got Mr. Cochran in and did release his release to the ambulance company that brought him. And then at 8 o'clock, I made my first entry into the room.
And when you say there was a report that the day shift was bringing you up information on patients who were there, is that what you mean?
Yeah, in report, I was told that we were going to get a transfer from Charleston Area Medical Center. The patient was a younger man, I forget the age, and what I was told was he had fallen at home, had head injury, and was not able to be treated, and there was nothing else they could do, and he was coming to hospice to pass away. From
the review of the chart, what time did Mr. Cochran arrive at Bowers?
From the note's at 7:45, so I would assume that he came in between 7:30 and 7:45.
Okay. And you had said earlier in your testimony that you were assigned to Mr. Cochran?
Yes.
Was there anybody else assigned with him along with you?
No.
So you were the primary nurse that,
yes.
that provided. Mm-hmm. In summary fashion, what did you do for Mr. Cochran?
What did we do?
Yes.
Primarily, our goal that evening was to get Mr. Cochran comfortable. When he arrived, he was moaning, moving his feet around, appeared to be in pain or discomfort. And our goal was to get him comfortable, and that's what we did. That was the focus of the whole plan. And we were trying to get him settled in and comfortable.
He appeared in pain. What did you do about that?
We gave him Dilaudid 4 milligrams and Versed 2 milligrams, and those were both intravenous medications. They were ordered every 15 minutes.
Did the medication have the desired effect on Mr. Cochran's comfort?
Not initially. It was probably after 10 o'clock before he actually started to settle down.
And then according to the notes, what time did Mr. Cochran die?
I think it was just after midnight or around midnight. So it would be, I don't know what the exact time was. It'd be, I don't know if it's 2010 or 2011, but it would be either just before midnight or just after midnight.
Separately, as I understood your testimony earlier, there was nothing anybody could do for Michael Cochran by the time he got to Bowers.
Correct. Our goal was to keep him comfortable.
Your Honor, State would move State 7 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Very well. It is admitted into evidence.
I didn't see that. I didn't know. Your Honor, State has no further questions in
Okay.
their separately.
All right, cross-examination is into evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Ms. Eply.
Good afternoon.
I am Stanley Selden. I'm one of the co-counsel for Natalie Cochran.
Okay.
Ms. Epperly, you're familiar with the procedures in hospice as to admitting a patient, isn't that correct?
Yes.
And part of that admitting procedure is that there are a number of forms to be filled out in guiding the patient, his care in terms of whether he's to be put on life-sustaining equipment or if he's to be resuscitated or things along those lines. Isn't that correct?
It is.
Were you aware that there was both a living will and a medical power of attorney, which gave Natalie Cochran the power to decide whether Michael Cochran was to be kept on life-sustaining equipment?
I was not aware initially.
But you found that out later?
Yes.
And you were aware, or eventually became aware, that it was Michael's wish embodied in those documents not to be resuscitated or put on life-sustaining equipment. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
Did you catalog or do you recall that Natalie Cochran came in with Michael and also their daughter Nicole?
At 8 o'clock, when I assumed care of Mr. Cochran, Mrs.
Could you speak up just a little
Okay.
bit? I'm having a hard time. hearing.
Okay.
Thank you.
When I went in the room at 8 o'clock and assumed care of Mr. Cochran, Mrs. Cochran was at his bedside. There was a younger man and his wife I initially thought was a brother, but came to find out was a friend, and I believe their pastor was there. Just outside the room in the way, it's like a common area. The hospice is divided into 3 different pods with 4 rooms in each pod and a common area that has sofas and TV and that kind of thing.
Okay.
The daughter, with her grandmother, I believe, was there at that time with Mrs. Cochran's mother.
Right. And I believe I recall that you said that even though you were in report, that Mr. Cochran came in about 7:45. Is that correct?
That's the time of the first note.
Okay. And you went on duty and started making notes about 8 o'clock. Is that
Yes,
right?
yes, sir.
Okay. Do you recall, and Michael was at hospice for approximately 5 hours before he expired, isn't that right?
Yes,
Do you recall that Natalie Cochran stayed with him the entire 5 hours?
yes,
Were you aware that Michael Cochran and aware at that time or subsequently learned, he had a constellation of internal physical problems, which included an enlarged heart, a swollen brain with edema or fluid. He had suffered from seizures. He had hypoglycemia, and all of these were in the records that came to you or you reviewed at a later time. Were you aware of that?
I was not. I knew that he had fallen at home, and so the assumption of brain swelling would be reasonable, you know. I wasn't aware of his heart condition. When I went in the room at 8 o'clock, I started care of him, and every 15 minutes I was medicating him. So there was no opportunity when he first came in to read a full medical history, and it was not, a full medical history was not reported to me in report.
Okay. Now, when Michael came in, he was more or less in a comatose state. Isn't that correct?
Yes, he did not respond to any verbal commands to open his eyes or move a particular extremity. His pupils were reactive to light, but that was it.
Were you aware, or did you find out subsequently, that one of his doctors at CAMC had said that, according to the brain scans, he was essentially brain dead at that time?
I knew that the report from CAMC was that he was brain dead, or that he'd had a brain injury and there was no chance of recovery.
Right. And that's why he was at hospice, because your job,
right,
the person's dying and
right,
you try and make them more comfortable.
Correct. Give me just a moment. She's fine.
Thank you. Now, you said that Michael Cochran expired somewhere around midnight.
Mm-hmm. It was either a little bit before or a little bit after.
And the death certificate, which was filled out around that time,
okay,
reflects that the time of death was 12:18 a.m. That would correspond with your notes. Is that right?
Yes, that would be, I would accept that as reasonable.
Now, when someone expires at hospice,
Mm-hmm.
there is a death certificate filled out, correct?
Yes, there is.
And who would be responsible for that? Would it be Dr. Pitzenbarger, who was the physician on staff?
The nurse, myself, would
Right.
sign it, would fill it out and sign it, and he would then sign it the next day or whenever he came in next.
And the cause of death, according to the death certificate, which was filled out by you,
Mm-hmm.
says acute respiratory failure and due to cerebral edema.
Okay.
Respiratory failure means that his lungs failed.
Yes, he stopped breathing, and his heart stopped.
And cerebral edema is a buildup of fluid on the brain.
Correct.
I don't believe I have any more questions. Thank you very much.
You're very welcome. Thank you.
All right, redirect Mr. Truman.
He has no further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Eply. You may
You're welcome.
step down. You are excused.
Okay. Who does this go to?
Yes, if you'll just leave it right there on the shelf. we'll
Okay,
get it.
all right,
Thank you. Call your next witness, Mr. Truman.
Your Honor, that's all we have for today, given the prior circumstances.
All right, members of the jury, you're getting a little break today. We will close out the day at this time. Of course, we will continue with the trial, and I'll need you back in the morning at 9 a.m. So get a good night's rest so that we can start back in. We'll continue presumably with the state's case in the morning. Please do not discuss the case among yourselves or with anyone else. Have a good meal this evening and be ready and energetic to start out the day tomorrow. You may go with the bailiff to your jury room and then depart for the day. All right, are there any matters that we need to discuss before we leave today?
That's from the state, Your Honor. Thank you.
Nothing from the defense, Your Honor.
Very well. Court is adjourned.
All right, so we are caught up. We're going to play day 3. So it seems like we're only about an hour or so behind for day 3. So cool. So before we go to day 3, though, we'll just do a quick little recap of what we saw here with day 2. We got to Chris Davis. We saw him. So Glenda Eply, who is a retired RN, and she worked at Hospice, and she basically was assigned to Michael. So when Michael came in the evening shift, she was assigned to him. She is thought that the notes show that he came in around 7:45. She first went in and made first contact with him around 8. The first news she got about Michael was that he had fallen at home. He had a head injury, and he was coming to hospice to pass away. No one else was assigned to him. Her primary function is to get him comfortable. She gave him Dilaudid for comfort, which did not help initially, but she said he finally settled down around 10. So he came in at 7:30 or 8 o'clock is when she started. So it took him about 2 hours to settle in, and then he passed away around midnight. And she said 2010 or 2011. I'm not quite sure. Nobody corrected her on that, so that was really confusing. I'm not quite sure what she meant by that. And the goal was basically to keep him comfortable. And I think we're all pretty familiar with how hospice works. Then on cross, it was not Mr. Victor, which was nice. It was a nice break because he would have gone hard on poor little Glenda. So Stanley Sheldon came in, and Mr. Sheldon asked, who else was with you? And because every 15 minutes she would give Michael medication, and Glenda said Natalie was at his bedside along with a friend and a pastor, and then in a common area was Natalie's mom and daughter. I didn't think they had kids, so maybe she meant her sister. Anyway, Michael was at hospice for about 5 hours. Natalie stayed with him the entire time. And did you know that he had an enlarged heart, swollen brain, hyperglycemia? And she said she did not know that. All she knew was that he had fallen at home, and he had hit his head, and he was basically, he was essentially brain dead. That's what she said. He had a brain injury with no chance of recovery. He was basically comatose. He didn't respond to, any stimulus, but his pupils reacted to light, and that was about it. The death certificate shows 12/18. She accepts that as reasonable. She filled out the death certificate, and then the doctor signs it. The cause of death was acute respiratory failure due to cerebral edema, which is lungs failed and his heart stopped. Paulie's got a grasshopper. So that's about that. Do you guys, let's see. Any comments? Jenny asks, did they find any steroids in his system? We don't know that yet. So I think we're going to have to wait for the medical examiner and or doctor. But that's a good question. Mandy says the question is what caused it. She, meaning Glenda, assumed that he had hit his head. She was told he had hit his head, and he fell and he hit his head. So I think we're really going to have to wait till we hear from the doctors, the ER doctors, the people, and the doctor that released him into hospice. So Baca of 3 says, what time did he supposedly fall and hit his head? In the morning, because Jennifer dropped off some prescription. Jennifer dropped off the insulin that Natalie asked for. So it was sometime in the morning. Let's see. There was a picture of him. He had fallen. And is there a timestamp on this? Don't know. Sometime in the morning. I don't know when. I do know that the friend Stephanie came over at 12. I think it was 12. Who was there first? I can't believe I didn't write this down. Who was there first? Jennifer Davis. So Chris dropped off the meds in the morning. Husband dropped off, and yeah, we don't know what specific time this happened. And if it was said, I don't recall. The only time that I have specifically is when Stephanie came over. She arrived at 1:11. And she was there for 28 minutes. But this had happened in the morning. I'm guessing maybe 9 or 10 I'm going to go with. I'm going to go with 9 or 10 in the morning. Young black economists, they might not be in a system. Say Coca-Cola, for example. It doesn't stay in system that long, but doesn't mean someone isn't an addict. If the defense puts a case on, you hope they will show evidence of purchasing the roids, but we will see. Mandy Strong, why do they make us wait so long for the ME? I don't know. Yeah, Brenda, I'm also looking forward to hearing what the doctors say. So, Momo Shark, yeah, no problem. Appreciate you guys appreciating that. And Baca, yep, you're welcome. All right, so let me find day 3 now. So we'll be caught up. I got to find day 3 here. Let's see, live day 3. Okay. Oh. Hold on, I think we got a cat at the door. Polly, want to come in? Polly, where are you? No. Thought I heard a cat at the door. All right, so let's get into day 3. Let's get into day 3. Here I thought we'd have to work over the weekend to get caught up, but we do not. So that's cool. All right, let's see who these lovely people are. So this is a shot of the gallery. Oh, I'm so excited that we're on to day 3. We are live, guys. We are live. Hey, Curviel, how are you? Good morning to you. I'm going to fast forward a little bit because we can. We'll get to the judge here. There we go. Let's see. Trying to figure out who these people are. They've been in the court both days. Yeah, I'm not sure who that is. She was there yesterday. Okay, we got the judge in the court. I'll see you on the other side of the break.
Good morning, all. We continue in the jury trial of State of West Virginia versus Natalie Cochran. This is case number 23-F-343K. All parties are present, including the defendant. Are there matters that we need to take up at this time out of the presence of the jury?
Nothing to state, Your Honor. Thank you.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Very well. Bailiff, bring in the jury. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, and welcome back. I'm glad to see your smiling faces, at least some smiling faces. I hope you rested well and you are ready to continue. Today is Friday, and so that's a happy thing. We are still on the state's case in chief, and we will get started right away. Mr. Truman, you may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. State calls Jason Bowen. Could I have 8?
If you'll raise your right hand, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may be seated right there. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. What's your name, please?
Jason Bowen.
And Mr. Bowen, tell us what you do for a living.
I'm a general contractor. Do all aspects of construction.
And where are you currently working?
I have a company called Dreamcatchers Construction.
And do you operate locally here in Raleigh County?
No, I travel.
And currently, what projects are you working on, or just generally, where are you working?
I'm up north, working on a church currently.
Okay. Let me take you back to 2019. Where were you then? Where were you working then?
In 2019, we was working for Mr. and Mrs. Cochran, doing various projects.
Was that your same company?
Mm-hmm.
And did you work full-time for the Cochrans, or did you take other work as well?
No, we worked fully for Mr. and Mrs. Cochran.
Okay. Your Honor, due to poor planning, I forgot to turn on the equipment, if that's okay.
All right, we'll get you some assistance.
Okay. Did you work solely by yourself with the Cochrans, or did you have other people working with you?
No, it was me and my business partner, Jonathan Miller.
And Mr. Miller died as a result of a vehicle accident, is that correct?
He did.
Do you know approximately when Mr. Miller died?
It was March 30th of 2020.
Thanks. Did you turn the overhead on? Were you two partners in a company, or did you just work together?
Well, it was he had his company and I had my company, and we just kind of joined forces to work together.
Okay, but both of you were working essentially full-time for the Cochrans?
Yes.
On February 6th of 2019, do you recall receiving a text from the defendant at about 12:20 or so?
I do.
Where were you when you received the text?
We had just left Lowe's. We had gotten some paint and supplies. We was working on a airplane hangar.
When you say we,
Me and Jonathan.
you and Jonathan Miller? Thank you. Yeah, that doesn't show up very well, does it? Let me just hand this to you.
Okay.
Hand you what's been marked as States 1 and ask you to take a look at the first text.
Mm-hmm. I recall this.
You do. And you received that while you were still at Lowe's with Mr. Miller?
We was actually in the truck leaving Lowe's.
What time did that text come in?
A little bit before 12.
Actually, if it shows right there, it's 12:21. Unfortunately, it's uniform time, so you have to adjust by 5 hours.
Yes.
Okay. And when you got that text, what did it ask you to do?
She was asking to come to the house that Mike had gotten sick and was laying in the kitchen floor.
And she being the defendant?
Natalie, yes.
Okay. What did you do in response to that text?
We told her we was on our way and started to head straight there.
Do you know, and did you do that?
We did.
What time did you get to the Cochran house?
12:30, 12:35, maybe 12:40.
And when you got there, had she instructed you what to do when you got there?
She did. She told us they was in the kitchen. Just come on in.
Did you do that?
We did. We knocked, opened the door, and said hello. And she answered and said, "We're in here."
Had you been in the Cochran house before?
Many times.
So you knew where the kitchen was?
Yes,
Did you go into the kitchen?
we did.
And when you got in the kitchen, what did you see?
Mike was laying on the floor in a curled up position.
Now, you didn't get a picture of Michael, but the defendant sent it to a number of people. Is that what you saw when you got to the kitchen?
It was.
What did she tell you happened to him?
She said he had gotten sick at the sink and just kind of lowered himself down into the floor using a cabinet. And that's where he kind of ended up.
Had he hit his head or anything?
Not that I know of.
Okay. What, was it just the three of you plus Michael at the time? You, the defendant, and Mr. Miller in the house?
Yes.
And what did you do?
She asked us to move him to the couch, so me and Jonathan got him kind of laid back where we could carry him safely, and then we carried him to the couch.
Did you talk to Mr. Cochran?
We was trying to talk to him several times, saying his name, Mike. Can you hear us? There was several times we tried to talk to him, yes.
Did you get a response from Mr. Cochran?
No.
From your assessment of what was going on, did you think just carrying him to the couch was sufficient?
Once we got him to the couch, we felt like he needed checked.
And by that, what do you mean?
He was not responsive. Jonathan actually did a sternum rub on him once we got to the couch, and he kind of responded. He groaned, but he did not. A sternum rub, you're going to come up out of that, and if you're elusive.
Did you ever hear Mr. Cochran on that day, February the 6th, 2019, did he converse at all with anybody in your presence?
No.
Did he arouse at all and seem awake?
No.
How long were you at the Cochran house after you moved, Michael?
Maybe 20 minutes.
Did anybody else appear during that time?
Trooper Hamilton had came probably 5 minutes after we got there. He came through the front door.
Had you already moved Mr. Cochran to the couch from the kitchen by that time?
We had.
If I could have that one back, please. Mr. Bowen, was that the end of your communication with the defendant that day?
No. No, we had texted a few times back and forth trying to find out how he was.
And what were the reports in response to your questions?
That he was sleeping it off, or that no change.
And he never woke up while you were there?
No.
State moves states 8 into evidence, please. You?
What is it? Number
States 8.
Are you moving for its admission?
We are.
Any objection, Mr. Victor?
No, Your Honor.
States exhibit number 8 will be admitted into evidence.
Wait a minute. I forgot about this.
Does that conclude the questioning of this witness on behalf of the state?
I did have one more. Did the defendant tell you her understanding of what Michael Cochran's plans were that day?
No, we was not in any kind of plans for that. For that day.
Not after he was sick. I mean, what was his intention before he collapsed?
They had mentioned that they was going to Virginia.
Do you recall being interviewed by Trooper Bledsoe?
I do.
Do you remember telling him that you thought that she said Mike was going to hang out with you and Jonathan at the hangar?
I do.
Okay. So, was he going to hang out at the hangar with you or go to Virginia?
I don't know.
Okay. That's all the questions the state has. Thank you.
All right, cross-examination, Mr. Victor.
Mr. Bowen, is it true that on February the 6th, early in the morning, you received the message from Michael that he wasn't feeling good and he would not be working on a hangar with you?
I do not recall.
You don't recall?
I don't recall. I can't remember.
You and Mr. Miller were actually working on a hangar. right?
We was.
And as you sit here today, you do not remember that message from Mr. Cochran,
I do not.
okay?
If you have a printout of the messages or something, I might be able to remember the conversation, but as we stand here, no,
You don't recall.
I do not.
You spent some time with Mr. Cochran while working on various projects.
Mm-hmm.
Would that be a yes?
You would? Yes.
Okay. And do you remember going with Mr. Cochran to Lowe's to purchase some products or something for one of his construction?
Any specific time that he would go with us several times to Lowe's.
Well, let's say about a week prior to February the 6th. Well, let me strike that.
Like I said, there's many times that we've been there.
All right. Do you remember the time when you were in Lowe's and Mr. Cochran was not sure who drove the vehicle to Lowe's?
No, that is not that time.
Okay, what time was that?
You're speaking of a time when we was working on the airplane hangar. We had breakfast that morning.
Okay. What months could that be?
That would have been February.
In February. He was so confused that he didn't even remember driving his own car.
He remembered driving his truck. He just didn't remember where he parked.
Let's see. He wasn't confused about who drove the truck?
Mm-mm.
No? Okay. He told you on several occasions that he felt sick.
Mm-hmm.
How was he sick? What did he tell you?
It was after we got finished working on a house that he had gotten into some black mold. He would just complain about dizziness and stuff.
Did he complain about dizziness and lightheadedness in January of 2019?
I don't recall.
Did he complain about feeling sick in February, at the beginning of February of 2019?
I don't recall February. I would say more in December.
More in December. Well, he told you he had a seizure in, I would imagine, December or January, December of 2018 or January 2019, didn't he?
I don't recall him
You don't
telling me
recall.
about a seizure. No.
Okay? And he told you at the beginning of February, didn't he, that he felt another one coming, didn't he?
No.
Now you're denying that? Okay. What did he complain of, sir, when he was telling you that he didn't feel good?
He would complain about just not feeling right, just feeling dizzy.
Not feeling right, how?
Felt like he said he felt like he'd been poisoned.
He felt like he was poisoned. All right. Did you witness Mr. Cochran's illness in November of 2018?
I was with him in the hospital.
Okay. He lost consciousness, right?
He never lost consciousness. I think they sedated him while he was in the hospital.
He felt lightheaded. Right? He had a seizure, perhaps?
I don't know.
Okay. You don't really know the exact problems that Mr. Cochran had that landed him in a hospital in November of 2018, do you?
No.
And he complained to you about the same symptoms in December and January, or December 2018 and January 2019, that he had when he went to the hospital in October or November of 2018, didn't he?
I wouldn't say it was the same symptoms, no.
No? Okay. You went to the Cochran's home on numerous occasions, you testified.
I did.
The bedroom in the Cochran's home was upstairs, correct?
All the bedrooms was.
Okay. And the kitchen was downstairs. And it was not directly, well, and the steps leading to, well, from upstairs to downstairs were not exactly leading straight to the kitchen. The kitchen was still some rooms away from the stairs, right?
Correct.
So if somebody well, let me strike that. Michael was a pretty big guy, wasn't he? How much did he weigh, to your estimation?
Probably 200 pounds.
200 pounds. And so if he was injected with some poison in bed upstairs, a singular person such as Natalie Cochran would have to drag him downstairs all the way to the stairs, then downstairs, and then through the whole house into the kitchen, right? Would you consider that possible?
Assuming that's what happened.
Assuming that's what happened. There was nobody else in the house when you arrived, correct?
Correct.
With Mr. Miller, right?
Just me and Mr. Miller, yes.
Right. And so the only person who would have injected him in the bed and upstairs and who would drag him downstairs would have been Natalie Cochran, right?
Brian, this is pretty speculative.
Yeah, I think it is. Is that an objection,
Okay.
Mr. Truman?
It is, I'm
All right.
sorry.
I think I'll sustain the objection. And Mr. Bowen, if you could say yes or no, that would be very helpful.
Okay.
I'm having a little difficulty understanding your responses.
I apologize, Your Honor.
No problem.
Mr.
Go
Bowen,
ahead.
when you were, I'm sorry, Your Honor. Mr. Bowen, when you were in the Cochran's house on February the 6th,
Yes.
did you observe my client, Natalie Cochran, checking Mr. Cochran's blood sugar?
I did.
She did that, didn't she? All right. You knew Mr. Cochran as a, well, let's say bodybuilder, an athlete, right?
He was definitely an athlete, yes.
Yes. He really cared about his
His
physique,
physique.
his health, his body.
Yes.
But he cared about his health in terms of his outward appearance, right?
He liked he liked feeling healthy.
He was what? I'm
He
sorry.
liked feeling healthy.
Feeling healthy. And would you say that he was very happy when he was physically fit?
I would.
All right. So in pursuit of that fitness, sir, would you agree with me that he was taking a lot of pills that were going to increase his appearance, right?
I don't know about that. I know he took supplements. There's many kinds of supplements.
All kinds of supplements, right?
Yes.
To increase his vitality, to increase his physicality. Right.
Yes.
Well, how many of the, well, do you know what those supplements were?
I do not.
Well, how many of them did he take?
I don't know.
Well, you were in their home frequently. Did you witness Mr. Cochran taking as many as 30 and 35 pills at a time?
I did not.
You did not? What did you witness?
I never witnessed him taking any supplements.
Okay. So how do you know that he was taking supplements? He told you?
He told me.
All right. Did you also know that he was injecting medicine into his body?
I did not.
Okay. Did he ever tell you that?
No.
All right. What did Michael Cochran do for a living?
He he ran data cable, AV cable. It was his profession.
Okay. Well, did he have two businesses that he ran? TSM or TSG, whatever.
Yes, TSM. He ran with Natalie.
Did he ever talk to you about the government contracts?
Mm-hmm. He
What
did.
He say? What did he say he did for those government contracts?
He said he would research the government contracts online and send them to Natalie, and she would work on it and put a bid in.
He would research them, right?
Mm-hmm. He would find the contract, the specific listings for what they was doing.
Okay. Did you know that he suffered from brain swelling?
I was told yes,
Who told you that?
Natalie.
Did you? Were you curious after he came out of the hospital in November of 2019 what they told him about his health?
Yeah, I was curious. We was told that it was exposure to black mold.
It was just the exposure to black mold. Nobody mentioned anything about seizures. Nobody mentioned anything about enlarged heart. Nobody mentioned anything about brain swelling.
No.
Nobody. Okay. And who would that be? The doctors?
Natalie's who we got all of our information from.
Natalie. And did you inquire of Mr. Cochran himself? Buddy, what's wrong with you? What was wrong with you? What did the doctor say? Did you ever inquire?
We would ask him how he's feeling today or something like that, but he never told us any kind of diagnosis or anything like that. We never really talked about it. Once we was in the hospitals, when we got the information, we would just see how he's feeling day to day.
Well, he went to the hospital on October 31st
Mm-hmm.
and came out of the hospital, right?
Yes.
And he knew you guys worked together. You were almost buddies, right?
We was buddies, yes.
We was buddies, all right. Didn't you ask him, well, hey, Bud, what did they say was wrong with you?
No.
No? But then he was in the hospital 2 days later
Mm-hmm.
with all these horrible symptoms and stayed in the hospital this time for 5 days. 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th. For 5 days. And you
Correct.
were there with him.
I was.
And then he comes out of the hospital and you do not bother to ask him, buddy, what did the doctor say? What was it?
It was always black mold exposure.
If I may have a second.
Certainly.
That's all I have of this witness, Your Honor. Thank you.
Very well. Redirect Mr. Truman.
State has one redirect question. In response to defense counsel's question, you said that the defendant took the vital signs of Mr. Cochran?
That's
I didn't say that, Your Honor. That's mischaracterized my questioning. I
I
asked
think
about
it
the
is,
procedural
perhaps, but you could ask the question straight out, Mr. Truman.
Okay. While you were there, did the defendant take vital signs of Mr. Cochran?
She did.
Now, did you participate in any of that?
I did not.
Did you actually see the raw data?
I did not.
Did she tell you what the results of her taking those vital signs were?
She would say what it was, but I don't remember those numbers.
That's all the questions the state has, Your Honor. Thank you.
Any further questions, Mr. Victor?
Were you there when the physician assistant arrived?
No, I was told to leave while she was on her way.
Okay. So you don't know whether any other person took any vital signs or temperature, vital signs, sugar level of Mr. Cochran.
No, Natalie's the only one I've seen.
All right. That's all. Thank you.
Anything, Mr. Truman?
We know that the defendant had a working phone because she was able to text you, and you text back, correct?
Correct.
In your presence, did she ever call 911?
No.
Two objectives outside of the scope of my.
Overruled. Go ahead.
Did she?
No.
Were you and Jonathan Miller capable of loading Mr. Cochran into a car and taking him to the hospital?
Very much so, yes.
Did she ever suggest you do that?
No, we actually asked her if she wanted us to.
What was her response?
No.
That's all the state has.
Well, then, in that regard, did you know, from talking to Michael, or anybody else for that matter, that Mr. Cochran refused to go to the hospital? And for that matter, that he would say that he will never again go to the hospital after his October and November 2018 experience.
He said he would never go back to Raleigh General Hospital.
Okay. He didn't like the hospitals, did he?
Who does?
Who does? So just because he was there at home doesn't necessarily mean that he wanted to be taken to the hospital immediately, does it? Especially that he didn't like going back to the hospital. Fair enough?
I don't know. I wasn't able to ask him.
Right. Okay, that's all.
Anything further?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor. Thank you.
Any reason to hold this witness over?
Not from the state's perspective. No, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bowen. You may step down. You are excused, sir. Call your next witness, Mr. Truman.
State calls J.C. Stevens.
Your Honor, may we take just a moment before Mr. Truman questions Mr. Stevens? I need to confer with my colleague for just a moment.
Okay. Are you asking for a break, or can you do it while we're all here?
Just a couple minutes.
Okay.
That's all, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. If you'll raise your right hand, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may have a seat. All right, Mr. Truman.
Thank you, Your Honor. Tell us your name, please.
My name is Joseph Stevens, and my last name is spelled Stephen's.
And are you employed?
Yes, I currently work at the FBI laboratory in Quantico, Virginia, FBI being the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
And do you have a job title?
I do. I'm a chemist, forensic examiner at the lab there in the chemistry unit.
And what's your primary duties as a chemist for the FBI?
My primary duties are to receive evidence from contributors. Those contributors can be state, local, or federal partners. We receive that evidence through our evidence management unit. Then it's passed up to the individual units, such as myself.
Your Honor, I hate to interrupt, but could Mr. Stevens slow down just a little bit? I'm having a little trouble following his testimony.
All right. Perhaps you can scoot up a little bit towards the microphone and slow down just a little bit, Mr. Stevens.
Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Truman.
Go ahead, Mr. Stevens.
So we receive evidence from our evidence management unit. It comes up to our chemistry unit where it's assigned to an examiner, such as myself. I then intake that evidence, check it in, determine what kind of evidence I have, what kind of analyses I need to do. And then I process that evidence and I issue a report. This will be a forensic report or a laboratory report. And then as needed, I testify to those observations and findings that I made.
How long have you worked for the FBI?
I started working at the FBI in April of 2016, so I've been there for a little more than 8 years.
And you started as a forensic chemist, and that's what you do now?
That is correct.
And, what kind of experience did you have before you went to work for the FBI as a forensic chemist?
Before the FBI, I worked at the United States Secret Service in Washington, D.C. They have a forensic document laboratory. There I performed instrumental analysis on inks, papers, and toners. And I did that for about 10 years. I started there in December of 2005 through April of 2016.
Would you please share with us your educational background?
I earned a Bachelor of Science in Chemistry from Roanoke College in Virginia. After that, I attended Texas A&M University in College Station, Texas. I did not earn a degree from that, but I transferred to the George Washington University, where I earned a Master of Science in Forensic Science in 2007.
Did you receive any specialized training in forensic chemistry?
Yes. So as part of my training at the United States Secret Service, I completed a 2-year training program there. And upon my arrival at the Federal Bureau of Investigation, I completed another 2-year training program there as well.
In this particular case, do you have any specialized training that would qualify you to determine an analysis that would result in a finding of insulin?
Yes. So as part of our 2-year training program at the FBI, I conducted practicals, which I work with insulin, putting it on my instrumentation and analyzing it. And then I'm eventually given what's known as a competency test to ensure that I know how to perform the analysis. And I successfully completed that competency test. And then there's also other components of that training, such as oral boards, where a panel of my peers evaluate my knowledge on topics.
Your Honor, at this point, the state, subject to defense inquiry, moves that the witness be treated under 702 as an expert.
Do you wish to engage in voir dire, Mr. Selden?
No, Your Honor.
Is there any objection to the state's request?
No, Your Honor.
This witness will be regarded as an expert in his described field.
Yeah, this marked as states 9 and 10, please.
9 and 10, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Let's start with 9. Just glue it on there anywhere. Thanks. That is a box and a lid. Approach the witness, Your Honor.
Yes, you may.
Thank you. Stevens, I hand you what's been marked at this point as for identification as states 9, and feel free to open the envelope and review it. You familiar with that?
Yes, I am.
Before we get to that point, how is it that States 9 came into your possession?
This case came in through our Pittsburgh field office, which is the field office responsible for this area. So it came in as a case submission through Pittsburgh.
And what were you asked to examine, not only this, but the rest of the documents, the items we're going to review with you? What were you asked to examine them for?
I was submitted 4 items. One of them was a box, and 3 of them were vials containing unknown substances or unknown liquids. I was asked to analyze the unknown liquids within those vials.
And there's another item in that package, correct?
Yes, there is.
You got 10. Stick with 10. I'm gonna have to do it on. I'll just put it on the individual. He's got a package in here. I'll bring it back to you. If you could put, probably the easiest way to do it, how do you want to handle the bottle? You can put it right on there if you want. Okay. Yeah, that's anywhere. Bottom's fine, that's good. And what's been marked for identification is states 10. You identify that, sir?
The item states exhibit number 10 is a vial of methylprednisolone acetate that I received in the lab.
Let's go ahead and get all the exhibits in front of you.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to that answer in that we have not established what was in the vial. The only thing that can be testified to at this junction is that it is a vial with a label marked methylprednisolone acetate.
Seriously? That's your objection?
I think that's where we are in the process, and hopefully we'll find out more. I'm going to overrule the objection.
Thank you. Have this marked as 11, please.
Number 11, Your Honor.
Very well.
Done. Approach the witness, please.
Yes, you may.
Thank you. Handy what's been marked for identification is states 11. Ask you to identify that.
Do you happen to have a pair of scissors? This is still sealed.
This is the one with scissors. Okay. Don't run with those.
Thank you.
Can you identify that, sir?
This is a vial of dried material now that was labeled in the lab as item 2-1, but it states exhibit number 11 that I generated as a result of my analysis.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand any of that. What was that vial?
I thought you didn't want him to answer that.
I don't think we've gotten to that point yet.
No.
I'm going to
His
overrule the
identification,
objection.
I couldn't understand what he was classifying that as. I'm just asking him to repeat it a little slower if possible.
So this item was the liquid contents removed by me from state's exhibit number 10.
Thank you.
If I could have this marked as States 12, please.
Very well.
Of course I will. Maybe. Yeah, approach the witness, please.
Yes, you may.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
And what's been marked for identification is States 12. Ask you to take a look at that.
This is a bottle of that's labeled as enclomiphene citrate that I received in the lab.
Put it back in the bag if you want to. Because of the number, which one of these do you want? 13. Your Honor, if I could have States Exhibit 13 marked here, please.
Okay.
This is number 13, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you. Stephen, to hand you what's been marked for identification is States 13 and ask you to take a look at that, please. You recognize that?
Yes, this is the liquid that I removed from State's Exhibit 12.
Okay. Oops. If I could have this 14, please.
This is number 14, Your Honor.
Very well.
Once again, if I could approach the witness, please, Your Honor.
Yes.
Hand you what's been marked for identification is States 14. Where's the little sticker? Oh, right there. Okay. And you have, I believe, with you number 15.
It's 14.
Right, but he's also got 15. Do we need a separate sticker?
15 needs to be marked. Is that right, Mr. Truman?
It does, Your Honor. Thank you.
This is 15, Your Honor.
Very well.
And Your Honor, I'll hand this to the witness if that's acceptable.
Yes.
Thank you. Hand you what's been marked for identification is States 50. Recognize that?
Yes, that's the liquid contents I removed from State's Exhibit 14.
Stephen, explain to us the procedure that when you received this, what did you do with these items?
The first thing I did is administrative. It's called a check-in,
Okay.
where I analyzed, where I visually inspect these and see what kind of things I received. So the first thing I noticed was the box, which is State's Exhibit 9. The next thing was the first vial that I came across, State's Exhibit 10. And the contents of that, which have been labeled as State's Exhibit 11. I got another vial, State's Exhibit 12. The contents of that vial, State's Exhibit 13. And a third vial, and its liquid contents. So I had 3 vials, and then of those 3 liquids that were generated. And I just took inventory of what I had, what the bottles were labeled as, what markings they might have had on them, what lot information they had. If they had a manufacturer, what was that manufacturer? So that visual examination was first.
I think I failed to ask you to identify 14.
State's Exhibit 14 is a vial that's labeled as Humalog Insulin List Pro. 10 milliliters, 100 units per milliliter.
In summary fashion, tell us what you did to perform your analysis.
So each of these items goes through a standard operating procedure or a technical procedure where we analyze them. We use scientific instruments to analyze them. We compare them to references where practical, and then we determine the results of those analyses.
Take a look at 10, please. What was your analysis of that?
So for State's Exhibit 10, I determined that State's Exhibit 10, the vial labeled methylprednisolone acetate, and the liquid that came out of it, State's Exhibit 11, is the one I actually tested.
Explain that to us, please.
So State's Exhibit 10 is the physical vial. State's Exhibit 11 was the liquid recovered from that vial, the liquid that came out of this vial. So my analysis was on the liquid.
Okay. Now, the State's 11, that was lab material. You have a inventory of bottles that you use for your analysis. Is that what that is?
We have libraries and reference materials that we use, yes.
Okay, but the actual container itself, I mean, did that come with the information that came to you, or was that just some kind of testing process that you used?
I'm not sure I understand.
Well, as I understood what your testimony was, you analyzed the contents of number 10 by putting it into 11.
I didn't analyze the contents of 10, the vial. I transferred those contents to State's Exhibit 11.
That's okay.
And then I analyzed State's Exhibit 11.
We're on the same page now, I think. Go ahead and explain what you did.
So visual examination on 10, what were the labels and markings on the bottle? Then chemical analysis on the liquid that was within this bottle.
And again, in summary fashion, what did you do to analyze State's 11?
State's Exhibit 11 was subjected to 3 different other kinds of testing. They're all scientific instrumentation. One of them is known as Fourier transform infrared spectroscopy. The next one, gas chromatography, mass spectrometry. And the final one, we call DART-TOF-MS, which stands for Direct Analysis in Real Time, Time of Flight Mass Spectrometry. All of these are very expensive, complicated instruments. Their primary goal is to determine the chemical composition of the materials within a liquid or a solid.
What's the number of that one? What's the number of that one?
That is 10, 11, 12.
Okay. Go ahead and talk about 12,
Yes.
please. What was number 12?
12 was a vial labeled enclomiphene citrate, 30 milliliters, and on that vial it says for research purposes only, not for human consumption. That was the vial. This vial generated State's Exhibit 13, which is the liquid that came out of that vial.
And so you actually performed your examination on State's 13, is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And tell us again in summary fashion, what did you do with State's 13?
State's Exhibit 13 was subjected to the same analytical scheme as State's Exhibit 11. Fourier transform infrared spectroscopy, or FTIR, gas chromatography, mass spectrometry, GCMS, and DART-TOF-MS, direct analysis in real time, time of flight, mass spectrometry.
And this one's 14? And 14, what did you do with State's 14 when you received it?
So visually examined it, determined that it was labeled insulin, Lispro, and Humalog, and then separated the contents into a new vial, State's Exhibit 15, the liquid, and analyzed the liquid.
And that's the analysis you conducted on State's 15?
That is correct.
Was your analysis such that you could conclude what was contained in those bottles that you received?
Yes.
And what conclusions did you reach?
For the vial that was labeled methylprednisolone acetate and the liquid that was tested, State's Exhibit 11, is my determination that that State's Exhibit 11 was consistent with containing methylprednisolone acetate. In other words, the chemical that is on the vial, it was consistent with containing the chemical labeled on the vial.
And I forgot the number, but the next one you analyzed.
State's Exhibit 12, the bottle labeled enclomiphene citrate, was my conclusion that the liquid that came out of that, State's Exhibit 13, was consistent with containing glycerol and letrozole. I'll remind you that the bottle is labeled enclomiphene citrate, so it was not what was labeled on the bottle.
The stuff according to the label was not the stuff you found.
That is correct.
And last, the next exhibit.
This was State's Exhibit 14, the vial labeled Humalog insulin Lispro, is my conclusion that is consistent with containing human insulin or Humalog.
From the information provided, you took a number of photographs of the items that you've been reviewing with the jury today, correct?
Yes.
Could I have that smart, please?
State exhibit number 16, Your Honor.
Okay.
Oops, excuse me. Ran out of arm. Stephen, on State's Exhibit 16 for identification, you took that photograph?
Yes, I did.
What are we looking at? Oh, thank you.
These are photographs that I took of the State's Exhibit 9 as received in the laboratory.
And that's the box?
That is correct.
And what's that?
That is another picture of State's Exhibit 9.
You also took that photograph?
I did.
And what is that depicting?
This is State's Exhibit 10 as received, which at the time contained State's Exhibit 11, the liquid.
The next photograph you took, what's the significance of the plastic cover?
This plastic cover is used as a tamper-evident control so that when the septum that would be expected to be underneath there, and in this case there's a septum, a rubber material that's in the center, couldn't be inadvertently punctured.
Had there been any tampering of the exhibit by the time that you received it?
When I visually inspected it and tried to remove that, the force that I was using, which I described as a moderate force, was insufficient to remove that, implying to me that it was probably intact.
And the next photograph.
These are pictures that I took of State's Exhibit 12 with the liquid being inside State's Exhibit 13.
And the next one.
These are pictures I took of State's Exhibit 14 with the liquid being inside State's Exhibit 15.
The last photograph.
These are close-ups of State's Exhibit 14, the vial.
At the conclusion of your study of all of these exhibits, did you write a report of your findings?
I did.
If I could have this last exhibit, Mark, please.
State's exhibit number 17, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Let me give you that one, and I'll trade you that one. Thank you. And what's been marked for identification as State 17? You recognize that?
I do. This is the report I issued dated July 20th, 2021.
And could you share with us your conclusions that you embodied in that report, please?
So the conclusions that are embodied in this report are that State's Exhibit 11, the liquid from the methylprednisolone unlabeled bottle, were consistent with containing methylprednisolone acetate, which is the chemical that was labeled on the bottle, State's Exhibit 10. State's Exhibit 12, the liquid that came out of there, State's Exhibit 13, is consistent with containing letrozole and glycerol. Those are not the chemicals labeled on the bottle. The bottle is labeled as enclomiphene citrate. And State's Exhibit 14, the bottle labeled Humalog Insulin Lispro. And the contents, State's Exhibit 15. State's Exhibit 15, the liquid, is consistent with containing human insulin / Humalog.
Stevens, was your report that you have in front of you and you've just reviewed with us, was that the only report you wrote in this case?
It was.
Has anything been brought to your attention since you conducted your study and wrote your report that would cause you to change your mind?
No.
Your Honor, at this point, the state moves 9 through 17 into evidence.
Any objection, Mr. Selden?
No, Your Honor.
All right, State's Exhibits 9 through 17 are admitted into evidence.
Stevens, focusing on the insulin, is there a way to determine the difference between insulin and insulin, I'm not sure how, Lispro? Is that how it's pronounced?
There is human insulin, which is generated in the human body. And then there's human insulin, there's human insulin, and there's insulin Lispro. Lispro is what we call an isomer, the same chemical formula manufactured in a lab with a subtle difference, a change in order of the blocks that build it. So there is differences in the chemical structure, but our techniques will not tell them apart. So that's why the report says it's consistent with containing human insulin / Humalog. Humalog is the brand name for for insulin Lispro.
What's the intention or what's the use of insulin that you found in your lab?
Insulin is used to regulate blood sugar.
Could I have just a moment, please?
Yes, you may.
Now, you didn't make any opinion or suggest any conclusion as to the contents in terms of volume of any of those bottles, did you?
I did not.
Why not?
Our technical procedures don't have that as part of our routine analysis, and reporting measurements of significance, such as the volume of a vial, is not something our lab does.
That's all the questions the state has, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. Let's take our mid-morning break at this time. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll break for about 10 minutes. Enjoy the delicious donuts that we have placed in your jury room. Do not discuss the case among yourselves or with anyone else. You may go with the bailiff to your jury room now.
All right, so hey guys, so while they take that break, Dwayne, how you doing? Glad you are coming in. I understand you need to take a break, and unfortunately you got timed out. I'm sorry. The bot is very... Oop.
Examination. You're welcome.
All right. Okay, so we are on day 3, and we heard from Jason Bowen, who is a general contractor. He had worked for the Cochrans full-time at the time of this incident. He and his partner Jonathan, got a text around 12:21. They had just left Lowe's, and they were asked to come over to the house. So Mike had gotten sick, and he was laying on the floor. So they they headed over. They got there around 12:30. Natalie had instructed them to come in after knocking and opening the door. They went straight to the kitchen. Mike was on the floor, curled up position. So he didn't get a photo, meaning Jason did not get a photo. But he saw Mike curled up on the floor. He was told that Mike had gotten sick at the sink and lowered himself down on the floor, and he didn't hit his head. Right? So why did he get brain swelling if he didn't hit his head on the cabinet or hit his head? Very interesting, right? So Natalie asked Jason and Jonathan to move Mike to the couch, so they did. They tried to talk to him. They did a sternum rub. That didn't wake him up. Mike didn't converse at all. He said, Jason said they were there about 20 minutes, and Trooper Hamilton came over about 5 minutes after they arrived. Mike was already on the couch. They had texted a few times back and forth to find out how he was, and Natalie kept saying, no change, or he's sleeping it off. What is he sleeping off? Then on cross, he went to Lowe's with Mike the week before. He says Mike remembers driving, but he was confused as to where he parked his truck. He said he was sick. And they kept going back to the black mold. He complained about dizziness and lightheadedness. Was he sick in February? He says no, it was more in December. He kept saying Mike was complaining about not feeling right. He was feeling dizzy. He felt like he was poisoned. That's the big one. He said he felt like he was poisoned. So that came in. Wow, that's pretty big, because that's kind of confirming our suspicions that maybe Michael had been poisoned over time. He was there in 2018 at the hospital. He says Mike never lost consciousness, but he was sedated by the hospital. He says Mike was a big guy. Yep, 200 pounds. Oh, so here's this thing. Okay, so this is the first time we heard this from defense, Mr. Victor. So if he was injected upstairs, Natalie would have to drag Mike all the way downstairs. Where was he injected? We have no idea. I mean, and of course, objection. It calls for speculation. It was sustained. I mean, this defense is just now making up stories, I guess. We never once heard that Mike was injected upstairs in a bedroom. So that's whatever that was. He knew that Mike took supplements, but he didn't know what or how many. He never witnessed Mike taking supplements. Mike told him that. He didn't know Mike was injecting. He knew about the two businesses. He said Mike would do the research. Natalie would put the bids on them, which we heard about. Natalie was the one that told them that Mike was suffering from brain swelling. Mike never said anything. He just said he was sick from the exposure of brain mold. Had nothing to do with an enlarged heart or brain swelling. Natalie is where all the information was coming from. So the story is being developed, right? That's about the third or fourth person that said, we didn't know. The only way we knew was from Natalie. Natalie's the one that's saying all this stuff. So, and the defense is like, your buddy went into the hospital on the 31st and he came out and you never said, what's wrong with you, buddy? Why were you in there? And Jason's like, we were just told it was black mold exposure. And then Joseph Stevens, who's the FBI chemist. Okay, so it was methylprednisolone acetate, which is it's basically cortisone-like medicine, or it's a steroid. So that works on the immune system to help relieve swelling, redness, itching, and allergic reaction. There was 3 vials. The other one was clomiphene citrate, and that's used for women who are having trouble ovulating, so it increases their chance to become pregnant. And then the third vial with liquid was the Humalog. The one that said for research purposes only, not for human consumption, was the clomiphene citrate, which was the one to help for ovulation. So the labels and liquids were not the same. So from what I got, the cortisone was consistent. The label and the liquid was consistent. The clomiphene was not consistent with the label, but the Humalog was consistent. So that's what I got out of that. Let me know if that's what you guys got. Baca, are you going to post how many objections so far? Because I'll pull it up if you want now. Let's see. Any comments? Any questions? Let's see. Yeah, I thought about putting the old turtleneck on, Ken, but opted out not to. All right, I got to pull that up. That's pretty funny, and I have to move this. Ken Rosenberg, was I supposed to be in a turtleneck today? Which mod will receive my motion to hold him in contempt of chat? I guess a habeas writ, though. Fala imprisoned herself. Okay, BAP says, yes, the clomiphene citrate was actually insulin. So that was that was what women use for ovulating. So can men use that too? Why would she switch that out? That's weird, right? Okay. Oh, here, Baca. Yes. 8. So the defense, 8 overruled, 1 sustained. Prosecution, 1 sustained. All right. Yeah, the defense is firing off those. Thank you for that, Baca, for keeping tabs. BAP says, only comment I have is that the steroid sounds consistent with what Stephanie prescribed to Natalie. It was N-clomiphene citrate that can be used for low testosterone. Okay, and that was switched. That actually had insulin in it, because that's the one that was not consistent. Mandy says, someone switched it. I would assume the person still alive did it. I would assume so as well. Momo Shark, yes. BAP, low testosterone. Okay. All right. Good. Thank you, chat, for being on it. Appreciate that. So that's the conclusion they want us to draw, BAP says. Brat says, so we have the evidence that the contents didn't always match the label. Check. Can we extrapolate that on the data in question? The insulin was labeled something else, so he didn't know what he got. I would say so. I would say so. That's not that far of a leap. Pammy says yes. Okay, cool. I got it right. All right, so we're not, let me see, let's get back into court because we can, let's see here. Okay. I'm going to get you back into court. Let me turn off. Oh, can we please change it to where people can use 4 emojis again? We will work on that. Okay, let's get you back into court because we can fast forward. We're not 100% caught up. We're about an hour behind you guys, so not too bad.
Up out of the presence of the jury at this time, Mr. Truman. Anything, Mr. Selden? Very well. Bring in the jury, please. We continue with cross-examination of the witness, please. Mr. Selden.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Stevens, my name is Stanley Selden. I'm co-counsel for the defense for Natalie Cochran. Good morning. I would like to ask you, you have testified in other trials before, have you not?
I have.
And in all of those trials, you testified for the prosecution or the state, isn't that correct?
I believe that is correct, yes.
And in this case, you were asked by the prosecution and the state to testify more or less on their behalf as to the substances submitted for your analysis. Isn't that correct?
I was asked to testify to the report I had previously issued. So yes, that happened to be for the state in this case.
Right. I'd like to ask you a few questions about your education and training. Not so much to qualify you as an expert, which has already been done, but just general knowledge. Okay? Sure. Yeah. In the course of your education, did you have any courses in toxicology?
Yes, I did. I had one course in graduate school.
Okay. And toxicology is the study of toxins or poisons in the body. Would that be a fair summary?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have courses in biochemistry and organic chemistry?
Yes, in undergrad, I had courses in both.
And would you tell briefly what biochemistry is?
Biochemistry, as I learned it in undergrad, is the interaction of human biology with chemistry. So materials that go into and out of your body.
Right. So you have some knowledge of how chemicals introduced in the body react in the body. Would that be a fair statement?
No, that's actually outside the scope of my expertise at the FBI.
But you have some knowledge through research, especially in the case of Humalog, correct?
As part of the training, yes, I have some foundational understanding of what insulin is, but not how it interacts with the body.
Okay. Were you aware or were you informed that the substances provided to you for analysis, especially the Humalog and the methylprednisolone, were recovered from the home of Natalie Cochran, which was 433 4H Lake Road?
Yes, that probably would have been on the incoming description of evidence provided.
Okay. And were you aware or were you told that those items were recovered pursuant to a search of 433 4H Lake Road by police officers and other investigating officers?
I don't recall, no, I don't recall being told that. I mean, obviously they were obtained and I was provided information from where they were obtained, but not how they were obtained.
Okay. But they were obtained by the state and then subsequently provided to you, correct?
I assume so, yes.
I submit to you that Michael Cochran died around February 11th of 2019. These substances were not provided to you until June of 2021. Isn't that correct?
They were recovered in the field office sooner than that, but they arrived in my unit in, I believe it was May of 2021.
Okay.
And I started the analysis in June of 2021.
So over 2 years subsequent to the death of Michael Cochran, wouldn't that be a fair statement?
When
If he
did you
passed away in February of 2019.
Correct.
I submit to you that these substances were collected approximately 4 months to 5 months after the death of Michael Cochran in February of 2019. Do you know what was done with these, where they were, how they were stored prior to you receiving them approximately 2 years later?
No, I do not.
Now, I would like to discuss states 10 and 11. And 10 was a vial marked methylprednisolone acetate. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And your report states, and it's also confirmed, that that particular item was found in a cabinet in the corner of the home of the Cochrans.
He's already indicated he doesn't know any of this stuff.
I think that's correct. The court will sustain the objection.
That this was recovered at 433 4H Lake Road.
Sustained, please, Mr. Selden.
Okay. Methylprednisolone acetate is a synthetic corticosteroid, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
A form of steroids in general, right?
The use that I researched and came across was an anti-inflammatory,
Right.
not a corticosteroid, an anabolic steroid for growing muscle tissue.
And that leads me to my next question, which is methylprednisolone acetate suppresses inflammation, right?
Correct.
Now, I submit to you that if Natalie Cochran had inflammation of the lungs, would it be a proper use of methylprednisolone acetate to aid in suppressing that inflammation of the lungs?
That is a question that would be answered by a doctor that's outside of my area of expertise.
Well, methylprednisolone acetate suppresses inflammation, right?
Objection. The witness has indicated it's beyond his area of expertise. It's beyond his area of expertise.
I think that says it all. The court is constrained to sustain the objection.
Okay. Can steroids increase blood sugar?
Again, that's not an area I'm an expert in. The interaction of steroids with the human body would be an endocrinologist or potentially a toxicologist or an MD, a doctor.
Okay. Do you know if an overdose of methylprednisolone acetate is life-threatening or not?
I do not know.
Okay. I'd like to move on to states 12 and 13. That was identified as a vial marked enclophamine citrate. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And that particular substance, according to your report, came from 211 Old Grandview Road, which was not the Cochran residence. Isn't it correct as to where it was recovered from?
Your Honor, may I refer to the report? States Exhibit
Certainly.
17. So that is not listed in the report. Oh, excuse me, yes it is. States Exhibit 12 was recovered from 211 Old Grandview.
Thank you. Which, of course, is not the same as 433 4H Lake Road, right?
Correct.
Now, your extensive analysis showed that it didn't contain enclophamine citrate. It contained glycerol and letrozole, correct?
Correct.
So it was mismarked, misidentified, right?
The label on States Exhibit 12 did not match the contents of the liquid States Exhibit 13. That's correct.
Fine. If I submit to you that withdraw that, I'm not going to ask that question. I'd like to move on to states 14 and 15. That was marked as Humalog insulin Lispro. Is that correct?
Yes, States Exhibit, the vial, States Exhibit 14 was marked that.
And you testified that you have specialized knowledge, research, etc., into Humalog insulin and its effects and your research. Is that correct?
I believe I testified that I have the expertise to analyze those and determine whether or not something contains that or is consistent with containing those materials, not their effects on the human body.
Insulin, in general, well, there are different classifications of insulin. There's insulin produced by the pancreas of the body, which is produced internally by the body, correct?
Correct.
Then you have insulin, which is manufactured. You have Humalog, Lispro, and you have a couple of other brands of insulin. Isn't that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
You have essentially two different kinds of synthetic insulin. You have fast-acting insulin, which Humalog Lispro is a member of, and you have the slower, longer-acting types of insulin, correct?
Correct.
Humalog Lispro insulin is termed fast-acting because its effects take approximately 15 minutes to work, correct?
My research said 15 to 30 minutes, but yes, it's fast acting in that it is ready, available insulin. Yes.
And its workings or effect is to essentially reduce blood sugar, right?
The marketed purpose of insulin is to regulate blood sugar. Its effects in the body on any given injection would be something best answered by an endocrinologist or a doctor.
But you said you have specialized knowledge of insulin, right?
Correct? Yes.
Okay. Now, insulin, from your understanding of it, doesn't just wham, it takes effect and that's it. Humalog Lispro insulin works over 3 to 4 hours. Isn't that right?
Again, that's a question best answered by an endocrinologist or doctor. My expertise is in the analysis of the chemistry of insulin, not its interactions in the human body.
But there were various research articles attached to the reports, which included research into insulin, its effects, etc. Weren't you familiar with those?
Yes, there are references attached to my report that talk generically. I don't believe there were actual studies. There are lists, the references to some studies, but those are not studies that I understood as interacting in the human body.
Well, why did you research them then?
There are references.
Why did you refer to them, and why did you say you were familiar with them?
If I'm understanding correctly, there's two sources of information that came out of the references that I provided. One was drugs.com, which is a site that we use for generic uses of drugs. And the other one was the Merck Index. And the Merck Index was provided for some of these to show generically what these are used for. And those references may be included in those studies in this pronouns.
And the Merck Index and those studies tell you how they work in the body, right? How their chemicals work, right?
The references that are included may provide that information, but those are not studies that they're within my scope of expertise.
Permission to mark this exhibit for identification purposes.
All right, if you'll hand it to the clerk, please.
This will be defendant's exhibit number 9.
Permission to approach the witness, Your Honor.
Yes.
Permission to question the witness from here, Your
You
Honor.
may proceed.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Stevens, would you look at those collection of photographs?
Sure.
How many photographs are there?
There are 4 photographs of what appear to be a vial in different positions.
I'm going to go through them one by one, if that's all right. The top one, would it be a fair representation to say this is a photograph of Humalog insulin Lispro vial? It's marked U100. At the bottom it says Lilly, and it has a fairly clear liquid that appears to be full to the top. Would that be correct?
This is a picture of a Humalog insulin bottle, Insulin Lispro, marked Lilly. It's hard to tell from the image. That's the collar of the vial, so it does look like there's a liquid there, but it could be a bubble as well. This material's in a bubble. So without having seen this, I don't know. I didn't take this picture.
Well, I would submit to you that this photograph was taken by Lieutenant Bledsoe and another officer at the location of 433 4H Lake Road, and it was placed on a counter and photographed. Okay? Does this look like the same vial that was submitted to you for analysis?
The front of this has the same markings. I would want to check with State's Exhibit 14 to make sure they have the same serials. And it's not possible to tell different lots. If they're the same lot of vials, it wouldn't be possible to determine if this vial and this vial were actually the same.
Okay.
From pictures alone.
The second photograph is a side view of what appears to be the same vial. Isn't that correct?
Yes, this is a picture of another vial, or the same vial, if that's what you're telling me.
Right. And again, as far as what it shows, is it appears to be filled to the top, or, as you said, possibly a bubble, correct?
From the picture alone, I can't determine where the liquid is. There's a label that covers the vast majority of the bottle, and then at the very top, around where the collar of the vial is, there's a circle, and that could be liquid or it could be a bubble.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd like to put these on the viewer so the jury can see as well.
Go ahead.
Now, Mr. Stevens, if you look at this viewer, and I don't know if you can see it or not,
Okay.
this is the first photograph I showed you, which was identified as Humalog Insulin Lispro. Is that right?
Correct.
And as you can see from this photograph, it appears as if the fluid comes all the way up to here on the bottom. Would that not be a fair and accurate representation?
Your Honor, the state objects. This is way outside of this witness's expertise. The picture is what the picture is, but it has nothing to do with forensic chemistry.
Your Honor, it does in the sense that we are documenting what he received, what condition it was in, and how it was analyzed.
I'm not sure the witness can answer, but I'll give the defense some latitude. If you can answer, Mr. Stevens, go ahead.
So as I previously testified to, it does look like there is some material up there at the top, much like you see now with State's Exhibit 15. There are bubbles, and so from this picture alone, I can't ascertain whether that's liquid or a bubble, or just the collar of the vial. So I can't answer the question accurately from this picture alone.
This second photograph is, or appears to be, the same vial from a side view. Would that be fair?
No, may I refer to State's Exhibit 14?
Sure.
Check some of the markings. Yes, this has the same markings as State's Exhibit 14.
Right, it has some numbers on the side which are identical to the state's exhibit.
Correct.
Would you look at this photograph? Does this appear to be the same vial with the same contents viewed from the other side? And I call attention to these markings on the side, WG4171AMX. Is that the same vial as the state's?
This picture has the same markings as the vial from the state. I don't know if it's the same vial. Same markings.
Appears to be the same.
It has the same markings.
Okay. I submit to you that, as I said, this vial was recovered and photographed by Lieutenant Bledsoe, who also stated in his report when he submitted these vials for analysis that this particular vial appeared to be full and unopened. Can you comment on that?
This is the first time I've heard that information. So I have no opinion, and it doesn't change my conclusion that item 15 is consistent with containing insulin, human insulin / Lispro.
And just for clarification, this last photograph, which was in this batch, again was photographed by Lieutenant Bledsoe as he found it allegedly in Natalie Cochran's refrigerator at 433 4H Lake Road. Does that information give you any other information or impact your analysis?
No, it does not.
Okay, thank you. Move for admission, Your Honor.
Any objection, Mr. Truman?
None.
Very well. What exhibits again are presented, Madam Clerk?
These 4 photos, number 9.
Collectively marked as number 9, they will be admitted.
Now, I know you're not an endocrinologist, but in order for synthetic insulin to be used, it has to either be injected directly with a hypodermic needle, or it has to be put into a pump worn by an individual for its use in the body. Isn't that correct?
I'm not familiar with the methods of application, if you will, the routes of entry that the drug would, but those sound like things that I've heard in general media. In other words, I don't know how the drug is best administered into the body.
In the reports provided, Humalog Lispro, once the top is punctured, has to be used within 28 days or its potency disappears. As a chemist, isn't that correct?
No. No, that can't be correct. In our case, we use standards for a period of time. So when we puncture them and we use them, we can still use them up until they no longer meet our quality criteria. From a medical perspective, that may be the case. But from an analytical chemistry, can we detect this? The answer is we can detect after something has been punctured more than 28 days.
You can't determine the potency of the drug as far as a time period. You didn't do any tests for the potency of the drug.
Correct. We do not test for concentration or potency as part of our routine analysis. So no, we did not test the potency of the drug.
But there were reports attached to your report and other reports from the FBI that once the top of Humalog insulin vial is punctured, the contents degrade over a period of time as far as usefulness in the body. Isn't that correct?
When I tested the sample that was submitted, States Exhibit 15, I compared it to fresh insulin obtained from a pharmacy, and they compared favorably. In other words, the ratios that we look at and the retention times that we look at were all consistent, and hence the conclusion. States Exhibit 15 is consistent with containing human insulin / Humalog at the time I analyzed it.
Okay. Now that brings up another point. To analyze the contents of this vial, marked Humalog, and give me just a moment. You or someone in your lab went out and got a new bottle of Humalog from Dan's Wellness Pharmacy for comparison, correct?
Correct.
And you did various tests on that bottle and compared it to the bottle that was submitted to you, all kinds of tests, and you found it was consistent with Humalog Lispro insulin, correct?
The report wording is consistent with consistent with human insulin / Humalog. Yes.
Consistent with means it is not identical, but it is of the same family. It appears to be the same type of drug, right?
Consistent with is the predefined highest level of association that we have in that standard operating procedure. So there is no identification of insulin in our lab. That's not a possibility.
Now, synthetic insulin is produced by the companies in batches. What I mean is the sum total of all synthetic insulin isn't produced by the manufacturer at the same time. It's done in batches of insulin. Isn't that correct?
Yes, insulin would be manufactured in lots or batches, yes.
Now, it has been put forth or alleged that a vial of Humalog Lispro insulin was provided to Natalie Cochran on or about February 6th, of 2019. There is no possible way to say that particular vial is the particular vial that was analyzed by you. Isn't that correct?
I want to make sure I understand your question. You're asking, is the item submitted to me the vial that was collected, or are you asking if I can tie the vial that I tested to the one you described?
I'll ask it a little clearer. And I want to make sure I don't misstate anything. There have been some suggestions, implications that a vial of Humalog Lispro insulin might have been used by Natalie Cochran to inject her husband, and that vial may have been provided by the Davises, who had a son with diabetes. You don't have any way of determining if that was true, that vial was the vial you were provided in 21, which was recovered 4 or 5 months after the death of Michael Cochran.
My analysis would not link insulin to any incident. It only tests the contents of the vial. In other words, I don't know that any alleged activities happened out of this vial.
Okay. Why didn't you measure the volume of the vial?
At the time it was submitted, it was not in question, and that's not part of our technical operating procedure. That's not a requirement. That's not something that we were asked to do at the time, and it's not something that we actually have a procedure to do.
Why not? Wouldn't that be the first thing you would want to know to determine if any of the fluid was taken out?
Your Honor, this is beyond the witness's scope. He says this is our procedure. He followed the procedure. The defense hypothetical as to why is irrelevant.
I think we're getting far afield. The court is going to sustain the objection.
You don't know if any fluid was taken out of this vial or not.
That is correct.
Now it's been set forth that there was a puncture in the top of this vial. Is that correct?
That's outside my scope of expertise. There's a different examiner that examined that.
But you examined the bottle when it came in, did you not?
I did visually examine the bottle, but it's outside my area of expertise to determine if any markings on there are a result of a tool, like a needle or a syringe.
I didn't ask you about markings. I actually asked you about it has like a rubber top. In order to use it, someone has to use a needle to put it in to withdraw the substance. Is that correct?
Yes, that's the primary way that a user at home would use insulin.
And if there was a puncture in the top of that rubber seal, did you observe that when you looked at the bottle? I'm not talking about markings, I'm talking about a puncture in the top.
I captured images, States Exhibit 16, that include an image of the top of that, but I do not have an opinion on whether or not that's a puncture.
There were no fingerprints on the bottle. Is that correct?
It's outside my area of expertise.
Well, who examines the bottle when it comes in to determine if there are fingerprints or not?
In this case, I believe it went to our latent prints operating unit, which they would be the ones that would issue reports on that.
Okay. Did you review any of those reports or look at any of them?
I do not.
Now, I know it's not your area of expertise, but if the top was punctured, there would be no way to determine when that occurred.
Objection.
Sustained.
Okay. A moment, Your Honor. I'd like to look over my notes.
All right.
If the contents of the vial submitted to you and were tested and they were the same or consistent with a brand new bottle of Humalog insulin, which you did, you compared it. How could if the bottle were punctured 2 years earlier, how would the contents compare? Would not the contents of the vial you were given be different as far as degrading?
We didn't conduct concentration studies. We didn't conduct potency studies. These are, again, outside the scope of our technical expertise. Or our technical procedures. I'm sorry.
Last time, Your Honor.
All right.
I believe that concludes my cross-examination, Your Honor.
Very well. Redirect Mr. Truman.
State has no additional questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Any reason to hold this gentleman further?
None.
Anything further from Mr. Stevens? Mr. Selden?
I don't believe so. I believe he can be excused.
Thank you, Mr. Stevens. You may step down. You are excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Come up, please. All right, members of the jury, you may be delighted or you may be sad, but we've gone as far as we can go today. Today is Friday, so you'll have a very nice weekend. If you come to court on Tuesday, you'll be surprised because Tuesday is a holiday. It's Martin Luther King Day, and we will be closed. So we have a 3-day weekend. I don't like holidays during a trial because it gives my juries an extra day to get into trouble. And I don't want you all to get into trouble. We've already got too much time and effort invested in this matter to have difficulties. You will hear, if you're not careful, people talking about this case. There's much to do online. As I've explained to you, we have a media source that is streaming this live, and not only do they do that, they rebroadcast it in the evenings. You all see it firsthand. There's no need for you to see a rebroadcast when you get home because you have the best seats in the house. Please do not watch any of the broadcasts or hear any of the commentaries that people offer. You folks are in the catbird's seats. You folks will be asked to decide this case, and I don't want you to be influenced one way or another by someone else's opinion. It is your decision that will count. So guard against reports popping up on TV at news time. Please do not read the newspaper. Please do not try to conduct any research online, and please guard against reading any reports or viewing any video online. I want you to keep an open mind, as I have said. We will start up again on Tuesday morning, promptly at 9 o'clock, and we will have a whole slate of witnesses for you at that time. We've simply had a little bit of scheduling difficulty today, and that is the reason why we are quitting early today. But we will be ready for you folks Tuesday morning at 9 o'clock. Again, do not talk among yourselves or with anyone else about this case. Have a wonderful weekend and put this out of your mind over the weekend and be with your families and your friends and rest up so that Tuesday you can come back refreshed and be ready to delve back into this trial. All right, with that admonition, you may follow the bailiff to your jury room, and I'll see you Tuesday morning. All right, are there any matters that we need to discuss on the record out of the presence of the jury at this time?
That's from the state, Your Honor. Thank you.
Your Honor, I have a moment to speak to Mr.
Yes.
Renew our motion to exclude the vial of insulin and the motions connected with that, just for the record.
All right, the court will continue to deny all of those motions. I'll preserve the defense exception to the court's previous rulings and the present ruling. and it will be preserved for possible review at an appropriate time. All right. Thank you all. Court is in recess.
All right, so I didn't see that coming. We actually got all caught up. So judge kept saying Tuesday, 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 but Martin Luther King is being celebrated on Monday. Let's double check. West Virginia court system is closed on Martin Luther King Jr. Day, which is a holiday in the United States. Monday, January 20th. So he kept saying, he kept saying Tuesday, Tuesday, Tuesday. So Monday they're off. All right, so let's just recap here. So let's see, Joseph Stevens, the FBI chemist, forensic examiner. Oh, gotta let Kitty out. Go out again. Go out. Go on. So it was the cross of Joseph Stevens, who was the FBI chemist and forensic examiner. He was asked by both state and defense to testify. Has knowledge of insulin, but not how it interacts with the body. So right off the top, he's like saying, I don't know how it interacts with the body, but Mr. Sheldon there kept asking him. Mike passed away around February 11th of 2019, but the substances didn't come into his office until May of 2021. And the substances were collected 4 to 5 months after Michael had passed away. So do you know where they were stored? No, he did not. They talked about the synthetic steroid, which is an anti-inflammatory, which is the methylprednisolone. If Natalie had inflammation of the lungs, would it be proper for her to use that? He says you need a doctor to answer that. They talked about the mismarked vial. He said his specialized knowledge of insulin, but he's not a doctor, so he said that a couple times. Sheldon kept saying insulin kicks in over 3 to 4 hours, need to ask a doctor. Then he showed him the photo of showed a photo of the Humalog, which I thought was kind of interesting, and this was taken by law enforcement. And to me, it looked like the fluid came all the way up to the top. But if our working theory is that Natalie put the insulin in the other vial, the clomiphene, which was mismarked, then Michael could have used that and not even used the Humalog. So that's a kind of our working theory, if you believe that she is guilty of this. So that working theory is still valid if you believe that she's if you believe she is guilty. If you don't believe she's guilty, then that gets thrown out the window. Did you test for potency? No, he did not. Oh, they talked about once the top is punctured, you have to use it within 28 days. He's like, no, that's not correct. For our testing, that's fine. But he said for medical, maybe. Again, he's not a doctor. All right. Get comfortable there, kitty. Okay, so did you test for potency? No. Once humalog top is punctured, the potency is less. He compared it to fresh pharmacy, and he said the ratios were consistent. So even though it was 2 years later, he said it was still consistent. They got a fresh humalog from Dan's Wellness Pharmacy, tested both versions, and found it was consistent. Consistent with does not mean identical. He's like, well, that's the highest level in our lab that we can go. Was there a puncture in the seal on top? He didn't have an opinion. And there were no fingerprints on the vial. He says that's outside my area of expertise. All right, so do you guys have any questions and or, let's see, young black economist, very, very, very weak case. All of this for hiding something he knew about. So you're on the side that you think that Natalie is innocent. Got it. Ken says, I'm conflicted. I think I'm conflicted out since I asked the bot to marry me. Oh, you're not talking about this trial. All right, who's got comments / questions? All right, Baca of 3. Total day 3. Defense, 8 overruled, 1 sustained, 1 denied, renewed motion to exclude, wrong substance in vial. So defense had, 10 objections. And the prosecution had 6 objections. Yeah. But the prosecution had 6 sustained. Defense had 8 overruled. I say that the prosecution won the day as far as objections are concerned. BAP, what are my thoughts so far? My thoughts are it's totally possible that she's been drugging him over time, that she switched the labels and she gave him insulin instead of the anti-inflammatory. Have I seen enough evidence that she did that? Nope, not yet. I think I'm still on the fence. I don't like the fact that she took a picture of him and didn't call 911. Does that make her a killer, though? Possibly, because she could have rendered aid to him and she didn't. So on that front, I'd say she's guilty. She could have rendered aid, but she didn't. So whether or not she actually injected him or he injected himself, maybe that's a moot point, because she should have, I think, rendered aid, and she didn't. So I would say on that count, I would say she is guilty. But did she knowingly, maliciously, intently switch these bottles up? And I totally disagree with the defense. This is the first time we heard from Mr. Victor saying she injected him upstairs in the bedroom, dragged him downstairs and put him in a huddled position. That I don't agree with. Then she also said that he got sick in the kitchen, hit his head, and then, in fact, he did not hit his head. So that's a lie. So there's some weird lies going on. There's some weird statements going on. I'm not quite sure why they would be lying. Why would you say that? Why make up stories? Just tell the truth. I do wish that she had rendered aid. I think by not rendering aid, she basically just let him, it's like bleeding out. If he had cut his arm, you're going to help him. He literally just kind of bled out. So that's where I stand, BAP. Still need more evidence, but I'm leaning towards guilty. Maybe 60-40 right now. The nail in the coffin for me is the mislabeled insulin. That doesn't have a reasonable explanation. That is true. Mandy Strong says, you think Michael would switch the labels and take something that would kill him over and over? That's true. Yeah, young black economist, why do you think she's guilty? I'm sorry, innocent. He had do not resuscitate card. He didn't want aid given. Would you really let a husband of 19 years just die like that? That's pretty cold. If that's pretty cold. I ask you that question, young black economist. Would you let a husband of 19 years, high school sweetheart, would you just let them at 38 Maybe if you're 90, I could see that, but at 38, I don't quite buy that. He was 38 and unconscious. You call 911 every time. Yeah. I mean, I get your, I get your opinion, but so the explanation's from Mexico. Okay, that's kind of a stretch, but possible. No one thought he was going to be deleted. Yeah, but if you're not responsive, again, I ask you that. If that was your husband of 19 years, is that how you would act? I know if Aaron collapsed on the kitchen floor, I absolutely would be calling 911. I would not just take her to the couch and just let her sit there. I don't know. Jenny says she's telling everyone these stories like she was planning it since he never told anyone those health same stories. That is true. Yeah, we found from a couple different testimonies now that Natalie was the one that was in charge of the narrative. Michael was not in charge of the narrative. Natalie was telling everybody. Natalie was in charge of the narrative. Curviel says, yeah, DNA or not, she can't make that decision. Yeah. I mean, I get it. If you're like 90, or 85, if you got, your body is riddled with cancer or you've got, he was 38 and fairly in good shape. I mean, yes, he had these issues with the mold, I guess, but I don't know, man. And again, they've been married 19 years and, high school sweethearts. I think that's pretty sus. Pammy says, even with DNR, they still provide life-saving techniques up until it's not going to help. They just don't let you lay there. OnlyFans says, could Natalie be the one signing the DNR card? Maybe. Itty Bitty says, DNR is for anyone at home or hospital. I mean, I guess it boils down to the relationship, right? I mean, it boils down to the relationship, right? And only you would know your spouse of after 19 years, Jenny, she's not suffering from mold because he got it in the house that he was fixing up with those contractors. So she didn't get it. So that's why. Lil Miss says, my mom has DNR and told me it's only if her quality of life would suffer. Absolutely. I mean, that's just the bottom line. What's your quality of life? As far as I could tell, his quality of life was pretty good. I think she should have rendered aid. That's just my opinion. She should have rendered aid. And isn't there a law that if you see somebody drowning in a pool of water, you have to render aid, and you would get in trouble if you don't, if you just walk by? I thought that's a law. So she didn't render aid, in my opinion. Carolina Hurtado says, yep, there's too much evidence against her. Jury will connect the dots and use their common sense. Husband was only 38 years old. He was. 200 pounds, 38 years old. Young black economist might not probably think he'd wake up after a bit. Well, that was her thought. That's what she kept saying. Oh, he's just going to wake up. He's just going to wake up. But after your friends come over, she had like 4 friends come over and the contractors that were there. And they all said, yeah, you might want to get him into a hospital. I mean, at what point, and again, I ask you this, if this was your spouse, your significant other of 19 years, at what point do you say, yeah, no, I'm good. Yeah, I'm just going to let that person sleep it off or wake up. I don't know. That to me is like, that's cold. That's cold, It's not like he had a hangover. I mean, she says he fell and hit his head or he got sick and threw up. He clearly needed medical attention, Also, multiple people say Michael would be upset if taken to the hospital. How do so many people know that about someone unless he ranted about it often? Yes and no. His best friend said he was okay. Remember his best friend Chris, the pilot, the lawyer, said back when he had the black mold and he wasn't feeling well, he said, take me to the hospital. So it's kind of going back and forth, He did say he didn't like hospitals, but he also told Chris, get me to the hospital. So, Lily Wayne, there's a good Samaritan law in Canada. Can't be charged if you help a person and they die. Dwayne, good to see you again. The defendant passed her shorty attorney, so he notes that she might as well try her own case. Yeah. Eric had a great thing yesterday. He said, if Bela Lugosi and Chris Farley had a baby, that would be Mr. Victor. Erica says, if I see someone needing help, I will help. Yeah, I think it's just our human nature to, and especially somebody you've been with for 19 years. Curvio says, I mean, the two contractors moved him, and that was 6 hours after it started. That is true. I mean, again, how long do you let it go before you're like, I should probably do something? I mean, I mean, he hated hospitals. I get it. But did he hate hospitals because his best friend said maybe not? I don't know. Oh, young black economist, you got botted for emojis. Mandy Strong says he was non-responsive. You call 911 every time. It seems like that's what most of us would do. Some of us wouldn't, I guess. It's against the law not to render aid in a car crash in some states, Baca says. Yeah, I thought there was something with that. Ken Rosenberg, you typically don't owe a duty to render aid to random people. Search Good Samaritan laws in your state, but there's a duty to render aid between spouses in West Virginia, it seems, and that's typical. So you really literally could just walk past somebody who's drowning in a canal. Or if you see somebody with a gun, you know, a knife sticking out of their neck, you just walk on by. Interesting. Young black economist should have known the future is different than intentional, M, because he didn't know she didn't actually have millions of dollars in military grade weapons. All right. Should have known the future is different than intentional because he didn't know she didn't actually have millions of dollars. Oh, Rachel B. popping in. I wonder if she knew she'd need money to pay these investors back and needed his life insurance. That's valid. Little Miss says there's a law in many states that if you cause the injury, you must render aid, but the Good Samaritan law protects you if you attempt to render aid in other situations. Erica Huebner, yeah, I couldn't walk by. I think it's just human nature. If you see somebody in distress, you're going to help them. You know. Now it's one thing if you're driving on the road. I've been on highways and I've seen accidents, and you can't stop because you're going 75, 80 miles an hour, 60, whatever it is. You can't stop because by the time you see the accident, But you call 911, that kind of thing. I've been in situations like that where I'm not stopping. But if I'm walking down the street and I see somebody with a knife in their head, I'm going to call 911. I'm not necessarily going to know what to do to help them, but I'm going to call 911 and try and make them feel better, I guess. Unless there's a, Michael Myers, with a knife behind them, then I'm going to run. But I'll break out my Bruce Lee. These are registered weapons of mass destruction right here. All right, we are going to stream Henry Segura. We're going to pick back up on that. We're in day 5.
1:15.
Okay, and we need time to kind of reboot my computer because my computer's a little slow. So if you guys are interested, we're going to jump back onto Henry Segura, day 5, and we'll probably continue that into Monday because it seems like Monday is off. So we've put a redirect in. Aaron has put a redirect in for Henry Segura. If you guys are interested, jump on over there and we can continue the conversation. Yeah, just don't pull the knife out. It makes it worse. Exactly, yes. We heard about from, was it Todd Mullis with the pitchfork, the corn rake in his wife's back. Don't pull it out. So, all right. So, Kerrville, yes. He also urinated, defecated while passed out. Natalie and her sister changed his clothes and left him. Oh, he defecated too? I thought it was just... I know he lost control of his bladder, but bad enough. All right, so cool. Yes, so thank you to Aaron. Thank you to our mods. Thank you to Julie and OnlyFan, therapist Big congratulations for you. And thank you to Brat And Rachel B is in the house as well. Jules, I think you were with us. I'm not sure if widespread panic, but yep, bring on Segura. All right, so we're going to take a little break. I got some lunch waiting for me. We got to reboot my computer, but we will be back at 1:15, so about another 20 minutes or so. So until then, thank you for joining us, and we will see you in about 20 minutes or so. Okay, bye.
Yeah.